All right. So I'll start off with the script. Okay, here we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Reading Conservation Commission meeting. I am Chuck Tirone, the Conservation Administrator. Consistent with the governor's orders, suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law and allowing us to adhere to social distancing requirements during the COVID-19 crisis. This Town of Reading Conservation Commission meeting is being held virtually via Zoom for audio and video participation of conservation commissioners, applicants, and their representatives and the public. During the meeting, myself or the chair will unmute commissioners, applicants, and representatives and members of the public individually and as needed. During the conservation meeting, the chair and the administrator will be the only ones permitted to share video. These controls are in place to ensure that tonight's meeting is safe and effective. At this time, the Chair Scanlon, will conduct a roll call vote to confirm that all members are present and they can hear her.
Okay, this is roll call order. We will start with Andrew.
Andrew Gibbon here.
Brian,
Brian Bowe, member present.
Joe,
Joe Carnahan, member present.
Martha,
Martha Moore, Vice Chair, present.
Anika Scanlon, Chair, present.
Thank you, everyone. Please note that this meeting is being recorded. Also, be aware that other folks may be able to see you, and anything that you broadcast may be captured by this recording. All the material of this meeting is available at the Conservation Division site, and I recommend that commissioners and members of the public follow the agenda as posted on the Town of Reading webpage unless otherwise noted. However, because this meeting is being conducted remotely, I advise applicants in particular that the commission cannot discuss or consider documents which were not previously posted. Information may, however, be presented orally. Similarly, members of the public are encouraged to provide written comments, but should understand that not all participants nor the commission members will be able to see any written comments during the course of this meeting. Before we get started on tonight's agenda, I'm going to cover some ground rules for safe and effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. After commissioners make their remarks, and these remarks have been addressed by the applicant, the chair, or the conservation administrator, will afford the public comment as follows. The chair will first ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify themselves by name. Once the chair has a list of public commentators, the chair will call each one and afford them 4 minutes for any comment. The applicant may be requested to respond by the chair. After public comment, the chair will once again go down the list of commissioners, inviting each one by name to provide further comment, questions, or motions. Please hold off until your name is called. Finally, as a reminder, each vote taken during tonight's meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. Okay, I'm going to turn on the recording right now.
Okay,
Recording in progress.
thank you for that introduction, Chuck. Let's get to our first agenda item, which is 1310 Main Street. The applicant has requested that this hearing be continued to January 26th. Is there any discussion? I'm going to go to Joe first because he has.
This is not related to 1310 Main Street, but I wanted to call to yours and Chuck's attention that John Sullivan has joined us as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the time is 7:09 for the minutes taker.
Okay, so The applicant for 1310 has requested that the public hearing tonight for 1310 be continued to January 26th. Is there any discussion, Chuck, any changes, any feedback on that since the agenda was posted?
No, that is consistent with the wishes of the applicant at this point. So we just need a motion from the commission to continue until January 26th.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion among commission members? Please raise your hand or just speak up. No discussion. I'll ask for the beginning of roll call vote, starting with Andrew.
What am I supposed to say again? Just Andrew German?
You are voting in favor or opposed to continuing the hearing to January 26th.
I am voting to continue the hearing for 1310 Main Street to January 26th, 2022.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor.
Great.
And we need John Sullivan too, I think.
Yeah, John. Is John, sorry, you know what? Let me give John some controls. Okay, maybe that'll help him.
John, are you able to unmute and vote?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. John Sullivan in favor.
Thanks, John.
Thanks. Thank you, Chuck.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Let's move to 0 Small Lane. So at this
So
point, we're
there's-
going to go ahead, Chuck.
So before the meeting, but after the agenda went out, this applicant contacted me and would like to continue for a month. They would like to be next in front of the commission on February 12th.
Okay.
We continue 0 Small Lane to February 12th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, a roll call.
I
In
approve.
favor.
In favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Anika Scanlon
John.
in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Sorry, John. I'll let you go next.
Okay, so moving on to Lot A Main Street. And I believe that we have, Giovanni's right there. Yep, so let me help Giovanni present. So he's going to come up in a second and.
Okay.
Hey, Giovanni.
Why don't I just read out the,
Are you set, just 1 second, are you set to present or do I need to call up the plans and whatnot?
Chuck, you're more than welcome to call up the plans.
I knew you were gonna say that. Give me a second, I gotta get them. Usually run that, but, okay, go ahead, Anika.
okay, so at this point, we are going to continue the public hearing on a notice of intent filed by LLC Frank Lanzillo pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetland Protection Act. The applicant proposes to construct a new single-family dwelling on a vacant lot. New improvements also include a driveway and utilities. All work is within 100 feet of a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division webpage under the current project. That's Lot A Main Street next to 1261 Main Street. Assessors Map 51, Lot 95. DEP file number 270-0749.
All right, so Giovanni Federa, the project engineer on site for the project. And so we were presented to the December meeting, and I don't know if the commissioners had a lot of time to review that application at that time. But it was a redesign, and it reduced a lot of the impact on site. We actually, yeah, Chuck, sure thing. So that submittal, we did go over it when we had the in-person meeting, and I can just kind of quickly sum it up real quick. But we reduced the tree count, like the tree removal count, significantly. We did add a rain garden. And if you go to sheet C3, what was previously proposed before the December meeting was that there was going to be replication on site, wetland replication, and we decided that instead of touching and impacting wetlands, filling it in, we would not do that. We would stay away from it, and we would seek variances based on distances from the wetlands, and we would keep the replication of wetlands that we previously had. We would keep that on site as an improvement to the wetland area. We did add a stormwater recharge. So stormwater recharges, that is proposed in the rear of the building, and that captures all roof runoff. The driveway, it is pervious pavers, pervious asphalt, but with the also change that was completed, we did add a a rain garden, and that's located north of the driveway, closer to the garage area, and it's capturing runoff coming from the north abutters, potentially, unfiltered stormwater runoff. And so it goes through the rain garden, it fills up, and it has a catch basin that's elevated higher than the rain garden, where eventually it will start to overflow, and clean filtered water would go under the driveway and then be discharged into the wetlands. But since the December 8th, I believe it was December 8th meeting, the plan and the design has not changed. The driveway layout, the house shape, things like that were not changed. The only thing that we did with this new submittal is we did decide to, because we're seeking some variances, the variances that we're seeking is a 19-foot wide zone of natural vegetation where the 25-foot minimum is required. So it's a 6-foot relief. We're also requesting for the dwelling structure to be 29 feet away from the bordering vegetated wetlands, whereas 35 feet is the minimum. That's also a 6-foot relief. And the roof cantilever overhang. So we have if you look on the south side of the house, coming right from the garage area, the driveway, there's a small little 4-foot wide pervious paver walkway. It's a short walkway, but then it leads to a flat, open, flat entrance. It doesn't have any steps. So the flat entrance will not be elevated with, an elevated structure, steps, or anything like that. So you'll just enter into the house at flat grade elevation, but that will have an overhang structure for protection of rainwater, storm, and weather protection. So that's an overhang, cantilevered roof overhang. So that will be, it'll be 25.7 feet away from the bordering vegetated wetlands, whereas the minimum is 32 feet. And so that's also about 6-foot variance. And so going through the variances, I did provide the commission just a breakdown of the general provisions and the variance regulations for the town of Reading. And they go through just some, they have section E, A, B, C. And so one of the criteria is that there shall be no reasonable conditions or alternatives that would allow the project to proceed in compliance with the performance standards in this regulation. And, you know, the entire, the reason why the developers started this initial project was because previously it had misleading wetlands delineated from a different consultant. And as they were peer reviewed, there was obviously more upland, there was more wetlands that went upland. And so the client decided that we'll stick with what we have and we'll just engineer our way out of it. And so with the new wetlands that were agreed to be confirmed and that will work with it, it did create, you know, a tough area to build a house. And so where we have the house located, it's in an area where it's the most ideal location to have the house. And so by going back there in that little pocket area, we do have to cross the wetland buffers and go into the 25-foot zone of natural vegetation. However, so we really believe that there are no alternatives to be designed that it'll actually meet this in compliance. The mitigating measures that are proposed, you know, we are proposing to control invasive species, and during construction, the invasive species, they will be removed from the, you know, the site of disturbance, and any soil that has, you know, seeds that has sprouted onto from the invasive species and onto the soil, that would also be removed and brought to an offsite facility so that the reuse of potentially contaminated soil will not be reused, and that it'll be, you know, clean soil. But it will also be monitored by a professional, qualified professional for a 2-year, you know, 2-year period. And we have the hedge, which is made up of some shrubs, and they're spaced about 6 feet apart. It's a hedge that it's a planting that it has very dense nature to it, and so putting it at the 25-foot zone of natural vegetation will act as a barrier where the future homeowner cannot go past, and everything beyond that, closer to the wetlands, will be grown to natural vegetation, and it will not be maintained. There can be deed restrictions to enforce that upon the commission's request. And so improvement. So another criteria was that the variance is necessary to accommodate an overriding community, regional, state, or national public interest. In the case of owner-occupied single-family or two-family residences, mitigation which improves the resource area quality may be considered to accommodate the public interest. And so improving the resource area is through stormwater mitigation. Number one, we have the rain garden that's treating offsite runoff and before being discharged. So treatment is definitely an improvement. We have the roof runoff that's being captured into an infiltration system to have any adverse effects on peak rate of runoff. But in addition to that, invasive species is also a really good improvement to the resource area where the invasive species, they will be removed and it will be reseeded with clean seeds and clean soil so that it will maintain, you know, it will not have the growth of invasive species over, you know, a period of time as it's monitored. But the existing conditions, it is, you know, as we did the site walk, the existing conditions, it was pretty evident that that area, the site, was used over time as somewhat like of a dumping ground for nearby abutters. Potentially, it had heavy, it had a lot of leaves and things that seemed to be just yard waste and whatnot. And so to eliminate any, potential use of that type of dumping, just putting the fence and keeping that site occupied by a future homeowner, it would eliminate the resource area for being a potential dumping ground. But overall, I really believe that it's an improvement. Having the parcel, the client agrees to donate about 23,000 square feet of the parcel to conservation, so that it'll eliminate any potential resale of lands to nearby abutters for a potential, extension of a house or an addition to get closer to the resource areas. And so by selling the land off, it eliminates that potential to get closer by abutters and resale. So in addition to that, lastly, but not least, the client, the developer, he is happy to install bird houses along and within the zone of natural vegetation. On the plan, it is proposed that there will be 3 standalone bird houses that will enhance, the bird population and just, keep the natural, environment like that. But I think that's a quick summary. I don't want to go too in depth. So I'm open to the commission, any questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Giovanni. At this point, I'm going to open up to questions to Conservation Commission members, and I want to focus on the variance arguments and lines of evidence, and just briefly discuss the merits of the variance and whether or not this is a variance that we would consider approving. So not seeing any hands raised, I'll invite, yep, go ahead, Martha.
I just wanted to ask if Chuck can put up the plot plan that shows the piece of property that they're talking about donating. I think it's on this plan, but I can't see the borders of the plot. So is it that sort of dogleg piece that it starts narrow at the street and gets wider as it goes back?
That is correct. And Chuck, if you go to sheet C2, we can see it from there. So, so it will be parcel. If you look into basically the center of the plan, within each parcel, there's parcel 1 and there's parcel 2. So it's kind of shaped like a, like a boomerang, I guess, where you have, about 30 feet from the street, and then it goes up, gradually gets wider, and then it kind of tees off to the left at that point.
So it includes that potential vernal pool habitat toward the back there.
That is correct.
And it looks to me like the property line at the back left overlaps the house of the neighbor, or is that a garage or something belonging to the neighbor that's jutting over the property line?
That is a garage structure, from my knowledge, and just for a full disclosure, the house was not located by field survey. It was located by approximate aerial imagery. So it can be off by maybe a foot or two or a couple, but it's approximate. So if there is an encroachment, it would need to be confirmed.
Because I would be concerned about the town accepting the donation of the conservation land if it includes a piece of that garage. You know, I don't know. I think we need to have more definite property boundary and find out what the story is before the town starts owning part of somebody's garage. So that's my only concern at the moment about the mitigation.
We
Okay.
can field survey that exact location of the structure to see if it is encroaching. And or possibly just shift over the donating lands just outside of that. But either way, we're happy to dig into that further.
Yeah. I wonder if it would make sense if the building is encroaching to negotiate with the owner of that garage to move the property boundary southwards so that they can actually own the property their garage is on. I don't know if that's our business, but it seems like that might make sense and donate not quite as much land to the conservation. I think that would be something the town lawyers would need to weigh in on.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I agree. Martha, did you have any additional questions on what's before us tonight?
The only other thing that concerns me is the house is only 15 feet from the north property boundary. And on one of the plot plans, Giovanni has proposed putting some red maples in there. And my experience with distance from tree to tree is that it ought to be more than 15 feet between two trees. And I'm concerned that putting red maples that close to the house, we may have the homeowners coming back to us in not too much time asking to trim or remove the red maples that are hanging over the house. So I wonder if a different tree that grows tall and narrow rather than wide might be a better choice for that location. So that's the only two things I have to say. Somebody else can take over.
Okay, I'm going to go, I think I'll go back to roll call order just to check in with Andrew.
Well, thanks for the update, Giovanni. So we discussed this last time, but I still don't, so for the variance for the driveway, I see it, but it doesn't seem necessary. I feel like there's other ways of making that work without going in there, going into the 25-foot buffer zone. So that one worries me a little bit. I don't understand why the rain garden needs to filter the water from the neighbors. I'm not sure what kind of water we think is coming from those yards, but the rain garden, if you want one, can still go on the other on the south side of the driveway, where you currently are in the 25-foot buffer zone. So that one worries me. I just don't think it's necessary. I mean, driveways can get smaller than that. Mine is, and I'm looking at the house plan and 1,900 square feet footprint is a very large house. How big is the house in total being proposed?
So it is confirmed that there will not be a basement. And so a portion of the garage will act as a utility room and maybe some storage. And so the first floor level is at the proposed number of about 1,900 square feet, and the second level will be smaller. It's not going to be fully, from my understanding, the second level will not be a fully 2-floor. But that's the reason why it's a little bit larger of a footprint, because there will not be a garage basement, and just trying to make up for the utility room and some additional storage.
Okay.
And as for the rain garden being located on the south side, south of the driveway, so we don't want to touch the bordering vegetated wetlands. We're going to stay right outside of it. And for us to put a rain garden that close to it, we need to maintain a 3 to 1 foot slope. So 3 foot horizontal and 1 foot vertical, and that's coming straight off of the bordering vegetated wetlands. And for us to get to the elevation of the ideal elevation for a rain garden, it's going to leave us, you want to have, the rain garden should have about 5 feet of top elevation flat before it starts to drop off. So we can put the pitch of 3 to 1 right next to the bordering vegetated wetlands, but once we get to the top elevation, it should have about a 5 foot flatness, and so it leaves a real narrow and small rain garden, and it just doesn't seem practical from a design standpoint. Another reason why I thought having the rain garden just to the north of the driveway is just for if say 20 years down the road, if by any chance maintenance by poor maintenance from the owner, the future owner, where runoff from the driveway. So right now, the runoff for the driveway is directed north and going directly into the rain garden. So if it does by any chance clog with sand or whatnot, even though it should not, but by any chance it does, the runoff from the driveway itself will go directly into the rain garden. And so it will be filtered from total suspended solids, potential hazardous, pollutants, and then it'll get discharged into the wetlands before that. Whereas if the rain garden was on the south side, not all of the driveway will be directed to the rain garden. And so I thought that was good to capture if in the case it didn't get clogged over time, which it shouldn't, but if in the case, at least all of the driveway is being directed to that filtration rain garden.
Okay. I get it. No, I don't have any other questions right now.
Okay, thanks, Brian.
Yeah. So I have a question about the habitat boundaries for the vernal pool. In an earlier version of the plan, you had this, I'll try and point to the chart, but obviously I'm here and you're there, but there's that curving arced line labeled the vernal pool boundary. In an earlier version of the plan, that continued smoothly around, whereas now there's this rather sharp, jagged turn, and there's a label up there saying the limit of the vernal pool habitat. Can you explain your thinking on that change?
Absolutely. And the previous version, I know exactly what you're talking about. I did do the 100-foot offset from that approximate location of the potential vernal pool. And it was later confirmed as I did a little bit more digging into the WPA, and the clear definition of a vernal pool habitat is that it does go 100 feet outside of the vernal pool, certified vernal pool. And but then it stops right at the edge of the bordering vegetated wetlands boundary. And so it is not, a potential vernal pool is not, the habitat of a potential vernal pool is not considered to go into uplands. And so right at the bordering vegetated wetlands boundary is that's where the legal boundary is.
Mhm. Okay, that was really the only question I had.
Okay.
What's that?
Hey, Joe?
I have to remember to unmute. I'm out of practice. So let's see. I'm listening with interest to these discussions about the rain garden. I don't think I quite realized, I think earlier the rain garden had been described as being for catching the runoff from the neighbors' yards, which in general I would consider to be relatively clean. But then in that most recent response, you mentioned that it's actually capturing and this does look like it's consistent with the topographic lines on the plot, that the driveway would slant slightly northward, so that if the pervious pavers cease to be pervious, which is something that we've also expressed concern about in the past, that there's a plan B that the drain runoff would run into the rain garden. So I'm open to the idea that the rain garden catching the runoff from the driveway is a better alternative than the driveway being shifted one rain garden width away from the resource area. Let's see, I was going to ask, I had exactly Martha's question about the encroachment. I am not a real estate lawyer, and I don't want to be one, but we should definitely find someone who is at least closer to that to address those questions about what would it mean if there was an encroachment on a donation to conservation. Let's see. I do, I'll also acknowledge the fact that there's, wetland is being replicated and none is actually being filled in. I understand the amount of the replication was determined roughly by the size of the variance needed. So that makes sense in terms of the 2-to-1 ratio. So, okay. I don't think I have any further comments or questions then.
Okay, thanks. Chuck, can you remind me, I'm losing, I was losing track. John, did you have comments?
Yeah, I guess, if I'm reading this map right, Giovanni, it's parcel 2 that would be donated to the town. If I'm looking at that, it says, I think in your right, that would prevent further encroachment if that parcel was sold off to one of the abutting properties. But it looks like the only property that really borders that parcel is that one way up to the east, if I turn my head right on this graph, and that the part of the parcel that's closest to that property where the garage is all within the 25-foot zone. So that would be probably not buildable to begin with. So I guess I'm kind of wondering how much potential there is to develop this parcel if it wasn't part of conservation.
If we can scroll, Chuck, if you can just scroll up this sheet just slightly. So there is a 35-foot boundary that goes within. If you can see the property line, it says 142.88 just north of the property, or east, I guess. Chuck, if you can just scroll up a little, just an inch or two. There we go. Yeah, so right there, just where the cursor is, that is outside the 35-foot boundary. So there is that small portion right there for
Okay, and what-
potential.
Who owns that land that's east of this parcel? Is that somebody's yard that's not on this map, or is that?
Yeah, if we scroll to the first page, so the existing conditions plan, there is the now or formerly slightly more. So parcel ID, it looks like 5215 now or formerly. Michelle D. O'Cutie. So it's 562 Pearl Street.
Giovanni, have you, has the property owner of 562 reached out to you and tried to contact you about that particular area near their property?
No, but it could be future homeowners if the land was never given to conservation. It could be future homeowners or something like that. So.
John, did you have additional questions? I didn't want to jump in and cut you off.
No problem. I think that's it for me for now.
Okay. Giovanni, I hope you don't mind. I hope my questions don't get redundant. Sometimes when there's been a lot of time between a meeting, even if I've looked at plans and stuff, I sort of need to refresh. So I'll just kind of go through a couple of questions I have. One, or just comments, I suppose. Let me start with the question. So there's a proposed area of wetlands replication near the house. It's in blue. It's a area of 743 square feet. Can you remind me what's the reason for the proposed replication there?
So because we previously decided or proposed that we would do a replication, and we thought that maybe in the replication or the removal of some on-site bordering vegetated wetlands and to replicate 2-to-1 more than that, we thought it would just be better to keep the replication and not do anything to the impact of the wetlands.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the way I understand it is you're not proposing to fill wetlands at this time. However, you are proposing to provide additional mitigation by creating additional wetland space.
Correct.
Is that the sense? So, and is that sort of detailed in your variance letter, that the proposed wetland replication area is an attempt at mitigation for intrusion into the 35 and 25 foot zones?
No, so we will stay, we'll stay outside of the 35-foot zone, even with the replication, once it's all finalized and stabilized. But there is a construction sequence that's detailed on sheet C3, I believe.
So construction will be a temporary disturbance?
Yes.
Okay, so, but clarify this for me, because the way I see it, the current house is inside, is less than 35 feet from the current wetland. Isn't that the case?
If we can scroll, maybe to sheet C3.
The wrong plan, I hope I'm not looking at the wrong plan, but from what I see, the house, you're proposing to construct the house inside the 35-foot zone.
Yes, so the replication wetlands, that 35-foot buffer, it will actually just be right, it will not encroach into the 35-foot no build zone.
Why?
So we can see in,
Because I don't know, so I guess before you explain, if you look at like wetland flag 6A, and what, C5 on your plan that's shown there,
yes,
those blue lines are the 25 and 35 foot setbacks, and the house, the
the-
south side of the house is inside the 35 foot. So.
so
how
the
are you-
blue lines are the new wetlands. And so you can see right where the cursor is, right where it was, right there. You can see like that bend right there going slightly right there, and then it goes straight across. That straight across line, that blue line, is the new 35-foot buffer.
Because of the wetlands replication
Correct.
that you're proposing.
Correct.
However, in the area, you are still within the 35 feet closer to the driveway.
That is correct. And
Right.
the previous, so when we did propose to replicate wetlands and to impact wetlands, the impact wetlands would have been like once finalized and stabilized, the building would have been outside of the 35-foot no build zone. So that's the reason why we're seeking the variance, is because, you know, we don't want to impact the wetlands. We would rather seek the variance on having the house be located within that that no build zone.
I saw Joe, you had a hand up. I assume you had a comment or a question on this.
I think you and Giovanni worked it out there, but I was sensing a miscommunication about whether or not, I think there's no question that the house is proposed to be within 35 feet of the existing wetland. It looks like the wetland replication and house are both proposed in such a way that they are just outside of 35 feet of each other. So the wetland doesn't bring, the replicated wetland doesn't, none of the replicated wetland falls in 35 feet of the house. It looks like it falls 35 and a half feet from the house or something, but yes. Yeah, and this was what I was trying to say in my comment earlier, that as I understand it, we had back in the fall sometime, there was a version that we saw where they were not asking for a variance, but they were proposing to fill wetland. And because if they filled some of the wetland, basically between flags C4 and C5 and the limit of work, that rectangle there, if they, or rather, or not like to the, I guess actually towards the wetland side of that of C4 and C5, if they push that back to be in line with the wetland replication line, that would mean the entire wetland was then 35 feet from the house. But then another version came back, which was actually, rather than fill the wetland in order to not need a variance, why don't we just ask for a variance, but also offer the same wetland replication that would have been required to fill?
And that way you don't have to go through the filling the wetland part.
Right.
So.
Yeah, so that's which, I mean, to me this seems, well, yeah.
It's kind of, it's like it's like the chicken or the egg. Like, we wouldn't need a variance if we weren't within, but let us give us permission to be within, and we'll give you additional wetlands, as opposed to filling wetlands and recreating wetlands. Kind of almost making it, at least on paper, almost, tidier, neater. Like, okay, I filled wetlands, but according to the filling wetlands rule, here's the replication. Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my head around that. Like, what piece of this is, because the challenging part about this for me, just sort of like thinking about it, is how much mitigation is enough? What's the right amount of mitigation? What's approvable? What does the job of protecting the wetlands? you know, our ultimate goal here is to not purposefully give Giovanni a hard time on this project, but to see how this project can be designed so that the standards, the performance standards of the Wetlands Protection Act can still be met. That's really our rule is, are the activities done here going to net harm, benefit, or at least break even, not harm the wetlands in the resource area, right? That's so just trying to understand the impact and the net and the benefit or loss. Because to be clear, putting a new structure, a new permanent structure in this space is going to be at some level loss of habitat for a vernal pool, because there is a part of the regs that say that the entire area 100 feet horizontal from the mean annual boundary is considered significant for wildlife habitat function of a vernal pool. And from what I've heard, it's not just 100 feet, it's up to 400 feet, because the creatures who use the vernal pools do not live in the vernal pools. They live in the uplands. They migrate to the vernal pools during vernal pool season to do their thing. So where do these creatures that live in these vernal pools actually live? In the upland, right? That's why there's this migration that happens middle of the night. So putting a house that close to a potential vernal pool in a previously undeveloped area is impacting the surrounding habitat of the vernal pool. And, you know, and the dimensions of that house, the size of that house could conceivably be altered from my standpoint. The rain garden, as good as rain gardens are, is that the best design idea for this situation? Not casting aspersions on the current design, just sort of like, does that really fit, and does it end up being protective of the wetlands? And then the fill, let's see, I just want to double check how much fill is being brought in for this. I don't know, Giovanni, if you can give me a sense for these contours that you're showing, these grading contours on the finished plan. Can you give me a sense of how much fill is coming into this entire 25-foot area between the wetland and actually, you know, from the edge of the wetland on?
I can get that value.
Because that's also land disturbance too, right? I mean, we're talking a pretty massive disturbance. And for me, I'm not 100% sure that even a certain amount of wetlands replication is not going to provide additional habitat for vernal pool life. And the house could be, the house print could be made smaller.
So the vernal pool habitat, as we previously discussed, is that it is 100 feet outside of the potential vernal pool, and then stops at the boundary of the bordering vegetated wetland. So by creating more wetland replication, we are adding more vernal pool habitat by that added wetland replication, which would stop at the boundary, the final boundary.
So,
Anika,
go ahead.
I was just wondering, aren't you saying that to determine the extent of a vernal pool is 100 feet from the vernal pool, but it ends at the point of the end of the BVW?
ed-
But the habitat is 100 feet from the seasonal high watermark. Isn't that what you found in the regulations?
Well, what I found in the regulations is that regardless of whether it's overlap, I mean, I understand the state regs have this overlap layer, right? Where their edge of their vernal pool habitat line, as you drew, Giovanni, only extends to the edge of the resource area defined by the state, right? So if this vernal pool, for example, Chuck, were in a isolated like an isolated wetlands, a small redding defined wetlands, it'd be hard to argue that it's part of the resource, it's part of the habitat pool area. But what
Isn't
I did
isn't it
read
two
is that
separate things?
it's what,
It's vernal
right, it is,
pool,
what I'm talking about is a little bit
vernal
separate.
pool
What I'm talking
habitat.
about, what I'm talking about is what's significant to be protected. What it says, the mean, so 100 feet is considered significant for wildlife habitat function. So the functioning, so, kind of, when the wetlands reading, the state, I'm sorry to go down the rabbit hole here, guys, but when the state Wetlands Protection Act talks about protecting the interests of the act, we are trying to protect how these features function to protect the interests of the act, right? So what I had found was that 100 feet is considered a significant distance to protect the wildlife habitat function of the vernal pool. I mean, sure, you can draw this line on a map and say the as defined by the regs, this is where the habitat goes. But the state regs also say, you got to also consider how this habitat functions. That's my sense. I mean, tell me what you think, Chuck.
I think they're two separate things, and there's the vernal pool, which has 100 foot, which ends at the edge of the wetland, but the habitat is a circle that's 100 feet around the seasonal high water. But we could look into that a little bit more.
Actually, Chuck, if I could jump in here. I was looking at this afternoon, and in the part of the regs of the state regs, not the town bylaws, where it's talking about this, it talks about vernal pool habitat shall include the area within 100 feet of the boundary. The last line in that section is 100 feet of the boundary of the vernal pool itself, insofar as such area is contained within the boundaries of this resource area. So that's why I asked my question earlier. I was wondering what Giovanni's interpretation of that last clause was, because I think that's the crux of it. You can argue it either way, depending on how you're reading that last clause. Insofar as within the resource, does that mean it's the end of the wetlands, or is it 100 foot around, period?
It's 100 feet around, and then stops at the wetlands.
Yeah, but so where does that guidance come from? Because that's not what
That guidance. So I did provide documentation on the previous application from December 8th, the December 8th meeting. And I found a document that came from the wildlife. I can get the exact document. I don't know it off the top of my head. But it was a state document, and they did state exactly what we're interpreting here as what's shown on the plan.
So I just have one more thing to think about. So this vernal pool inside a wetland is not typical. Most vernal pools are like a depression with uplands all around it. So I don't see that we've come to the right conclusion, because there would be no habitat based on, you know, that typical vernal pool. So I think it needs a little more investigation on what, you know, what's the habitat extent? Is that 100 feet, or is that, does that end at the edge of the wetland? There used to be a wetland, a vernal pool on Strawberry Lane. And all the way around that, and you can look at that from 8 Strawberry Lane that currently has an order of conditions on it. It's just a little pond. It used to be a vernal pool, but all around it, it's like a kettle hole. It's upland. So we protected that 100 feet around up until recently.
Yep, Brian, you had another comment, and then I'll go to Joe. I saw your hand up.
My hand was up to get that point in, so I'm pretty much set. I was gonna suggest, Chuck, do you think this would be a question we could take to the circuit rider?
Sure thing.
Chuck, I was not able to hear your answer.
Yes, I'll bring that. I will ask Alicia Galen if what she thinks of the vernal pool habitat and get that answer to you.
Great.
Joe, did you have another question?
And I'll just say that I'm so on the one hand, I looked up the same section of the Wetlands Protection Act that Brian just read to us. So that seems, and I'm looking at the NOI revision dated December 4th that we looked at the December meeting. As Giovanni mentioned, it has a publication from the Massachusetts Division of Fisheries and Wildlife, which also supports the 100 feet, but only inside the resource area thing. But then I will also say that I agree with Chuck that, to use the unscientific term, it doesn't make any freaking sense to me that you wouldn't protect the upland at all in any way around a vernal pool. So I look forward to getting some clarification. Maybe, you know, yeah, because I certainly don't understand the rules as I understand how I read them. I don't understand why they are what they are. And I keep thinking maybe I'm not understanding them correctly because they don't make sense to me.
So, so it's sounding like we should probably continue this.
I wanted to add one more thing before.
Go ahead.
So the variance was discussed, and in that variance request, Giovanni mentioned that he was going to, he seemed to have hung his hat on, in the case of owner occupied single family or 2-family residence, improvements to the resource area quality may be considered. This is, my understanding that this project is not owner occupied. It is a single family residence, but it's not owner occupied. We have consistently residents that come in for projects fall into that second level, but contractors and developers do not, and they still need to provide the overriding community and regional, state, national public interest.
And I'm just going to comment that, you know, and I know my memory can be really painfully wrong from time to time. So Chuck, I mean, please correct me or say something, but in my experience, we just have not approved construction within 35 feet.
That is not true. We have approved construction from homeowners within 35 feet. I'd have to look into it for developers. I don't think many developers have got over that hurdle.
I mean, I think one time we did it because of an ADA compliant scenario.
One time we did it for a pool. I can't think of
So-
a name, but it's in back of, whatever the street is in back of Harrow's. They wanted to put in a pool, it was on the 25-foot line. Martha and I were there,
Right.
and Carl, and we looked at the vegetation that was planted out there for mitigation. So that was one time also.
And I think the whole reason why our regulation went into cantilevered within a certain number of feet was
7 feet, yeah.
7 feet was because of a permitting situation on was it Azalea Circle? It was off of Lowell Street. And there was a house that, anyway, I do remember that situation. So, so I look forward to some additional clarification from the circuit rider. And Giovanni, just to be clear, you're at this point, you're not proposing to move the rain garden to the south side. You're not
Correct.
proposing, after tonight, you're not proposing to do any more,
Correct.
even if there's been a lot of discussion about that. And so you said the slope, because I've seen some rain gardens put, closer to the wetland, and even with those slopes required, there could be some other pre-treatment type of structure put in there to provide some benefit, some pre-treatment benefit before discharging.
Okay, let me write that down.
Chuck, I don't know if you have any thoughts or ideas about that. Or, I mean, just examples of other times that there have been. I mean, we've put gravel strips on the side.
So those are called forebays, right? What
Right.
about putting a forebay on the south side of the driveway?
a
Now,
sediment-
I just want to get the opinion from the commission. I mean, we can put the house into compliance, staying outside the 35-foot no build zone by filling in the wetlands between flag C4 and C5, and then keeping the replication of the wetlands that are shown. And, but I want to get the opinion of the board, the commission, that, should we seek the variance by going in 6 feet and then not doing impact to the wetlands, or impacting the wetlands and then, saving that 6 feet of natural vegetation? The question is encroaching 6 feet of, or having a shorter natural vegetation by 6 feet, is that going to be more of an improvement as compared to filling in the wetlands and then meeting the setback? Because my perspective, looking at it from how I see it, is that I think having less impact to the wetlands and going in that extra 6 feet, I think, it's less impactful, from my opinion. And, I can run comprehensive engineering calculations on this, but for a single family home, I think it might be a little unnecessary. But I just want to hear the commission's opinion. Is where's the happy medium?
Brian?
I was going to say, I think that's a premature question for the moment, because pending the outcome of the conversation about the boundary of the habitat for the vernal pool, you may have a different issue to address at the same time. So it seems like we should understand the full problem set before trying to figure out a solution to it. my
I-
2 cents.
I'm more than happy to get into in-depth discussion with the vernal pool habitat. But I've gone through this and I've talked to professional wetland scientists, professionals who are in the industry, and we all are on the same page that this is what the vernal pool habitat is. And why it's like that, it is what it is. We're just playing by the rules for the vernal pool habitat. With all due respect, I mean.
Yep, I hear you. Joe?
Yeah, I mean, so this is, I really would like to hear, I mean, maybe we need more time to come to a conclusion about that, but I am genuinely curious. I'm looking back at the November 3rd version of this revision of this NOI. We probably had 4 or 5 at this point. This is the one in which filling 421 square feet of wetland was proposed. Yeah, and I'm actually not sure whether it, I don't recall us discussing anything at that point that made that a non-starter. My impression, though, was that then Mr. Federa came back later with the proposal, substantially basically what we see here, because that was our preference. But I'm curious if that's our preference or not too, because I could see why 35 feet from a, losing 421 square feet of wetland, but keeping the 35-foot buffer is better because there's still no building close to wetland, or whether 29-foot buffer is, better than accepting that. Like, I'm not sure if we would have had to accept that. Basically, it's kind of my question. So that's where I am.
I guess what I'm thinking about is this area between, if we are to accept this plan as is with this proposed wetland replication area, without any modification to the plan, is the area, the finished land, the finished condition between the wetland and, I'm going to say, this row of plantings, the trees, the shrubs that are very clearly tightly packed and really making a nice natural fence. Is what's done to that land sufficient enough to buffer the wetlands from what's happening on the other side of those trees? That's kind of a big, that's
When
kind
you
of a
say
big,
sorry to interrupt, but when you say the other side of the trees, are you talking on the wetland
north
side?
the north side is,
On the north.
I see that there's fill, there's grading, there's contouring. So how much fill is going in there? South of that line of trees? How, what's the quality of the water coming from underneath the driveway to that riprap outfall? What's the habitat look like in that area south of the trees? So that's just where I'm at with that. And I think it would be helpful to weigh this a little bit more and get some DEP circuit rider information. And Giovanni, you might have it accurate and you might be playing by the rules, but we still have to justify our approval for this based on the performance standards. So we have to be satisfied that the performance standards are being met for a new construction. Going from something that's 100% habitat to now constructed, permanently altered. you know? So, I mean, at this point, Giovanni, or I'll entertain any last questions from commission members or from you, Giovanni. And if not, I'm going to check with the public. So please raise your hand.
You know, I felt like I'd provided good, sufficient documentation to show that the boundary of the approximate vernal pool habitat does stop at the bordering vegetated wetlands. And so, I mean, why it's being questioned, I understand your perspective, but I'm sure we all want to get this project moving forward and just come to a conclusion. But and I understand that you want to get it confirmed, but I feel like I did provide good documentation that it is confirmed. So
Yeah,
I'm happy to work with the commission, and you know the clients are happy to work with everyone just to make sure everyone's satisfied and that we are hitting all the notes, you know. But
Yep.
So while you guys were talking, I did find a document that supports what Giovanni's saying, except it's directing us to the BBW, which has its own 100-foot buffer zone, which encompasses the entire 100-foot zone associated with the vernal pool basin. However, that does not change the amount of protection the vernal pool habitat. So what it's saying is that portion that's inside the 100-foot, you can still protect it through the buffer zone to the BBW.
Right.
So,
Right.
and I just,
Okay.
I think that's that. Giovanni had it, but we're still able to protect it because it is within the 100-foot buffer.
Okay, at this point, I'll open up to any questions from the public. Any members of the public have any questions on this? Please raise your hand. We will unmute you. Yep, I don't see any, Chuck.
Okay.
Any last questions from conservation members? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to continue.
So I wasn't here for the November meeting, so I didn't get to see that plan. I'm not even sure how I'd find it. I am concerned about allowing to build within the 35-foot zone and providing that variance. I don't know why. You could also go to zoning board and ask for a zoning, just move that whole building over 6 feet and try to ask for a zoning variance, but I don't think you would do that. So I that part I'm worried about, but I guess if the alternative is, okay, so you can't get a variance, so you're gonna fill, obviously I wanna see that. But either way, I'd like to see more. I mean, I don't get a good sense of this house as it is being proposed. So when you come back, if there's a house being proposed by an architect, I wanna see it, because I don't have a full view as this being, how this is improving that land. So that's just my take on it at this point.
Okay, thanks. Okay, any other questions or comments from commission members? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to continue to the next meeting.
I'll move to continue the hearing on Lodi Main Street next to 1261 Main Street to our next meeting on January 26th.
I'll second it.
Okay, vote please.
I approve. Andrew Driven.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Joe Kernahan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor.
thank you very much.
Thank you for coming out, Giovanni. I think you can tell this one's a challenge for us.
Yeah.
You know, that we're losing some important habitat.
Mhm.
It's a tough one.
Mhm.
Okay. Thanks.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Appreciate yours. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hour and a half.
Hey, there we go. All right, moving right along then. Which one's next? Where are we at, Chuck? 56 Great Coach Road the applicant has requested a continuance to January 26th. Chuck, is there any update before we entertain a motion to continue?
There is no update.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to continue Great Coach Road to January 26th.
So moved.
Second,
Roll call vote, please.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
John Sullivan,
I didn't hear him. Did he say in favor?
I did not.
John
hear you.
Sullivan in favor.
Okay. Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay, thank you. And so that was 56 Great Coach Road. The same is the case for our next hearing, 51 Sanborn Lane. The applicant has requested a continuance of 51 Sanborn Lane to January 26th. Any discussion, Chuck, any update?
Nope.
Okay, I'll entertain a
Have it
motion.
all.
I move to continue 51 Sanborn Lane hearing until January 26th.
I'll second that.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Thank you. All right. 16 Varney Circle. Do you want me to?
16 Varney Circle is continuing, but if that's not the case, if Jack Sullivan would just raise his hand, my understanding is that 16 Varney is continuing until at least January 26th at this point, maybe longer. They're trying to work with the mortgage company and the attorney to draft some documents.
Okay. In that case, I'll entertain a motion to continue, and that's to the 26th as well.
Yeah, I'm just going to put out one meeting.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to continue 16 Varney to January 26th.
So moved.
Seconded.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay, that brings us to, hey, 93 Belmont Street. The applicant has requested a continuance to January 26th.
So
No
moved.
updates.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Second.
Clerk, I don't think we got a second, but I would be happy to second that motion to continue the hearing on 93 Belmont Street to our next
Thank you,
meeting.
Joe. Let's continue voting.
Martha Moore in favor.
Thank you.
John Sullivan in favor.
Anika, I think you just muted yourself instead of the opposite.
Okay, sorry. Anika Scanlon in favor. Joe, did you vote? I know.
I'm actually not sure I did, so let me say Joe Carnahan in favor of continue.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are on to 31 Baker Road.
31 Baker.
Would you like me to read the script, Chuck?
Sure, the way we left this is it was advertised as it was being continued at our last meeting, so we just wanted to find out if there was any final comments from the commission and then open it up to the public and then just close this out. But there's been some activity at the site that I think me and Brian might want to update everybody on.
Okay. So this is a reopen.
Yeah, I think we have, yep, yes, it is.
Okay, so we're going to reopen the public hearing for notice of intent filed by Andre Belus for 31 Baker Road under the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1, for constructing an addition and a deck to the existing single-family house within the buffer zones of a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed during regular business hours at Town Hall Conservation Office, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Mass, and on the Conservation Division page under the current project, 31 Baker Road, Assessors Map 34, Lot 136, DEP file number 270-0753. So let's go through the updates.
Okay, so Chuck and I were actually in the neighborhood. We were meeting with the homeowner next door, or trying to. And while we're waiting for a meeting to end, we went over to this property to check out the progress. And we saw a number of issues. The first was the fact that the erosion barrier was improperly installed. I'll try and be relatively quick. The second issue was that there had been a large excavation in the front of the house. And there was a very large pile of the dirt that came out of the soil that came out of that hole right there in the front yard. Additionally, we looked in that pit and you could see where the roots, if you remember, there were two big trees in the front of the house. The roots of one of them were exposed very close to the trunk itself. When we were there, we discussed the fact that that didn't come up actually in our deliberations, but nonetheless, it is a concern. Additionally, in the back of the house, there were clear tire marks for construction equipment that go beyond the erosion barrier. And the last one I can think of, and if I'm wrong, Chuck will be happy to correct me, but the last I can think of is in the back of the house where part of the house had been torn off. There was a large pile on the left-hand side, looking at it with your back to the street. Yeah, there were those stairs you went down, the different levels. There was a large pile there of all the debris from the tearing off a part of the house. And it included everything you can imagine, wall material, insulation, a grill, which I thought was interesting, but there's a pile of debris there. Chuck, did I miss anything?
No, that was a very good summary. That's what we found. I did reach out to the homeowner about the construction debris and trees and roots and all that. And I believe Andre's here. I don't know if you want to speak up and tell the commission what action has taken place since our discussion.
Construction debris was taken off to dumpster and was taken off. Regarding excavation and front of that 36-inch tree, so we contact professional arborist who already visit site, and he will treat roots now, and he will came back in spring when the tree will start to grow, and he will treat root again. I'm not sure exactly what chemical. He proposed basically to put some chemical now, and after in the spring to put chemical again that will allow roots to grow. Also, he proposed to prune dead branches in that tree and also in another tree that on the front. When he was on the property, we asked him to look to others trees that we have. So he just noticed that tree in the back, oak tree, that basically has two branches in the middle that start to be rotten, and not that fun picture. Sorry, Chuck.
I've put a picture up on the screen.
No, it's
Andre.
not that tree. This tree is actually on the side. Did he send you a second picture?
He did, but I didn't prepare it.
Okay, so basically it is tree in the back that in the middle has 2 hole in the middle of the trunk, and he said that looking by how big those hole, water already get in, and he said that that tree eventually will die. And he cannot save that tree. So we are, for now, we're just keeping this tree. It's like, if I remember from fall, it was some leaves on that tree, so it is not completely dead tree. So we will keep it, and when it will die, so it will die, it will fall. And it's not, it's actually leading to the not to the house, so it's not any danger to the house itself, and it shouldn't be in the future. He also pointing that tree, that picture that Chuck just shared now, it is tree in the side, on the left side of property, and it's not on the property, but basically it is like coming from one big trunk, and after that is going to the big three trunks. And one of the trunks that is on that picture, actually, it is leaning to the house, and it's almost dead. It is dead, like you see from this picture. He's saying that if you will remove that trunk, we can potentially save the tree. So he proposed that he will contact you and ask if it's okay to take that trunk down and save another 2 from that tree.
So it's Arbor Care. It's Bob Moses who did contact me this afternoon, and he sent me that picture, and he sent me another one. He said that the other one had core decay. There's 2 holes in the main leader, but he said about that tree that it would fall away from the house. So the tree I have a picture of is the one that would fall in front of the house. So tomorrow he wanted to go back, and he's going to put on, it's called mycorrhizae. It's a algae, and what it does is it creates a symbiotic infection that provides nutrients, phosphorus and nitrogen to the roots. Weather is a constraint with this, but he thinks he can put in. So first you have to take the frayed ends of the roots, and he has to cut them flush. And usually they're cut at an angle, and that's quite time consuming. And then you put this fungi on it, and he's going to have to come back in the spring and do the same thing again. I'm not sure how that's going to work with the foundation that's going in place, but that's what I heard is going to happen. There's also a concern about having that many roots removed from a tree. Tree roots are under tension, and whatever you do on the left side affects the right side. So I think for the next couple of years, they'll be, wondering when gusts of wind happen, whether this tree is going down or not. But I think that, Andre contacted, Bob Moses, and I know that Bob knows how to do this stuff. I think he worked at Fratelli's for us when this same thing happened, and those trees all seem to be in good shape, and that's been about 2 years now. So that's what's happening. So tomorrow when he does the work, he'd like to take down that other tree also with decay on that one leader. So both those jobs have been approved.
And can I add more? If you remember a first plan, we was access, construction access was on the left side of the property, and because of root exposure of tree in the front, we move it to the middle of the house. So unfortunately, what's happened is we have a power line that is on corner of the house, and pool itself is across of the street. So that power line is really too low to the ground. So equipment cannot go to current like root access. So this where is this now on the picture, construction access? This is where that wire is hanging. Yeah, so we put, instead of going around and put proposed soil stockpile actually on that area now, this is what we put soil that was dug from the front, because it was no way to equipment go around all the time and put soil to appropriate place. In the back, when they dug, they put whatever they dug out on this concrete patio and on the other side of the tree.
Okay, I'm going to jump in with one question. Andre, thanks for the update. What is the status? So I heard from Brian that the erosion control, the erosion barrier, there were some issues with it. Has that been rectified? Has the erosion control been fixed yet? That's one of the most important parts of this from my perspective.
So I'm not sure that it was fixed. I need to double check what exactly is. Did they place line not correctly, or what need to be done?
Brian?
Actually, Chuck, can you take that one?
Sure. So the it's mulch sock and the edges are butted together,
Mhm.
and it didn't allow for animal access. So usually mulch sock is overlapped and staked, but even though that didn't happen, it doesn't have the animal access either. So there's just a little tweaking that has to be done with this project, and that's in the order of conditions, and there's a diagram showing you what's needed. Also, it looks like the heavy equipment drove over the mulch and went beyond it, and then came back into the area that was approved for construction equipment. So I'm not sure why that took place, but that's exactly the reason why I don't like to use mulch sock, because it's not a deterrent. It doesn't get ripped up when you drive over it, and it doesn't prevent anyone from just doing whatever they want. And if it wasn't for the tracks on the ground, we never would have known. So anyways,
If I could jump in, the heavy equipment was a wheeled vehicle because they're wheel marks. It's not the tracked vehicle that's in the front yard now. So maybe that helps you figure out which it was and who might have been driving it.
Yeah, I guess based on that, I'm just going to emphasize to Andre, it's kind of disappointing that the erosion control is supposed to be a limit of work line that's not supposed to be crossed at all. It's set up for protection of the resource area. Hoping this is just a one-off and, can just do a lessons learned thing and repair it and reestablish that erosion control line. That's essential. Joe?
Yes, out of curiosity, Chuck, you've got the plan up. Could you point out where the erosion control barrier was driven over? Just out of curiosity, mostly.
It's the back right of the house.
In the back right area. Okay, then. Yep. And then Actually, I don't know if I should continue asking arbitrary questions right now. I do have one or two more, but
Go ahead, Joe. You've got the floor.
okay,
We'll
I'll
entertain
try to make
other-
it quick. So did I understand correctly, Andre, that the soil stockpile is not in the location, proposed soil stockpile, but then is it now in the front yard where it was previously construction access, or is it in the backyard?
It is 3 piles now. One is at the front in a place where you see on pictures in construction access. It's
Right,
in that
okay, yeah.
area because they cannot go through. And 2 in the back, if like on that picture, if you see this, yes, one on that side of that tree and second on right side of up. No, it's up, little bit up on patio actually. No, even up. When you see this 22 inch tree, it's on right side. No,
Off the top of your screen, I think, is what he's
top,
saying.
yes. Yeah, on
So
right,
next to the,
yeah.
so it would be, I don't have my.
So
Carl
that
directions
tree,
here, but
that
next
tree
to
is
the
in the
patio.
middle of 2 piles basically. And that tree that has problem with 2 holes. Right?
So if I could jump in again, what I saw was a large pile more of debris.
It was in the left side, yes, it was taken
Yes.
out already.
There is a smaller pile of soil, kind of in the back right of the house. That's the one I think you were trying to point out. And then there's a very large one in the
In the
front of the house. So
yes.
no matter what, the circle drawn on your original plan is not even close to being proportional to what the actual material has turned out to be.
So Andre, what's the plan for the management of those materials? So you said the debris pile
Was taken off.
was taken out. So
Yes.
if we did a site visit, there'd be really nothing left there right now in the back left, kind of in between that 20-foot drain word and the patio. So
For soil itself, basically, most of them will go again in because they need to dig those. You see those squares? They taking soil out, they putting concrete underneath, and they putting everything back in. So it will be put back. Whatever will be left will be taken out.
So just to understand, so the sort of the squares on the left side of your house,
Yes.
where it says existing timber, landscape timber and steps, the small soil in the back of the house is going to be used as backfill along that side.
What is happening? They dig in under the existing foundation, and after they need, because we don't have foundation under existing house, is somehow it was built when foundation is sitting on top of without proper at least 4 feet down. So they will dig this under the foundation, put proper foundation, and will cover everything whatever was taken back.
So just,
But,
so
you know,
I'm
I was
I'm
gonna
sorry.
say, it just needs to be said that most of this work is within the limit of work area. So it's just not clear on the plan where the piles were going. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, that it's just the concern I have, which is this pile going to grow bigger and is it going to start overtopping the erosion control? Or is this pile as big as it's going to get in the backyard and it's just going to be sort of, you know, wheelbarrowed gradually back to as backfill as you need it?
Whatever they dug for today, it's not going to be, it should not become bigger because they already dug whatever need to be dug in the front, and after they will start to fill when foundation will be built. In the back, I think right side it's already dug what is needed, and whereas those blocks, they will need to basically cannot fill one section after they will put walls underneath, and so it will be little bit maybe little bit up and down, but it should not be significant more than it's currently
Okay.
in the back.
And is there going to be a significant amount of additional driving back there? And do we need to adjust the erosion control line? Is one of the questions I have. Because if it was driven over by your contractor, I'm wondering, do we have to have should we have a discussion about adjusting the erosion control line and the limit of work area?
I am not expecting that, because only what will need to be, it will be track with concrete will go there, so it should have, at least now it has enough clearance for that track to come down. So I don't think it need to be adjusted.
Anika, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
So Andre, my question, at least as far as the erosion barrier goes, is why did somebody drive over it? What were they trying to accomplish? And more importantly, what gives us any confidence that that can't happen again?
I talked to contractor after that and emphasized that it should not be crossed. And my understanding, it was when truck was driven to take that whatever was from addition, somehow he did, I don't know how he was driving, but probably he didn't see this line or he did mistake.
You mean from the addition, the debris pile?
Yes.
But these tracks were there when we got there and debris pile was still there. So there was some reason that this driver went over the erosion barrier. That's my question. If we don't understand how it happened and why it happened, how can you ensure that it won't happen again?
I will talk to them again, to contractor, but I don't know why he went there. Seriously. It was no reason for him.
Okay, that's what you got.
Andre, I just want to emphasize, if, like I said before, if it's a one-off and, and everyone's made the correction and the adjustment and moving on, then that happens on projects from time to time. What we're looking for is some confidence that when this project is over, the resource area downhill of that erosion control barrier is not going to be totally destroyed from rutting and driving and additional driving activity, because that's additional damage to the resource area, to the plants. It can kick up additional erosion into the wetland. Like it's an issue from our standpoint, which is we're trying to protect the resource area. Does that make sense?
Yeah, our plan is to actually to return to whatever it was before, maybe better.
Yeah, if you're getting, if you're having a challenge with your contractor to, you're talking to them and they're not, they're not respecting the boundaries that you've agreed to and you're trying to enforce, that could be another discussion in the future, but, our assumption is, you're going to manage the contractor according to the plans you've already agreed to. and we're gonna hold you to it. So appreciate the update. Is Chuck, is this more on, help me understand, is this at a point where we've already approved it and this is an update on the status of the work? And give me a context of where we're at and where we're going next.
Sure thing. At the last meeting, the only thing we approved is for me to sign off on the foundation only permit. So for tonight, you will discuss issuing the permit in its entirety.
Okay, and maybe with the permit in its entirety, Andre can hand that document to his contractor so the contractor sees the letter of what we're talking about. That sounds like a helpful thing. So at this point, I suppose, are there any other questions from conservation members on this permit? Go ahead and raise your hand or unmute. Okay, seeing none, are there any questions from the public? Or Andre, do you have any sort of final questions on this permit and what we're asking for going forward?
I understood what you asked, and I have just one small question. Chuck mentions that sock line is not okay for animal to pass through. So what can be done, just to make some holes in that sock lines, or how to address it?
For animal passage,
Yes.
there's a diagram on the order of conditions which you'll receive next week. But essentially, there's a 1 foot gap between the sock. So where they meet, you would spread them out by 1 foot and then put another piece in front of it, allowing sediment to be blocked, but for animals to get around one piece and through the other, kind of like a maze. So you set one piece 1 foot in front with an opening behind it.
Okay.
I think that just in 2 locations on your property would be fine.
Okay. I will wait for that instruction.
Okay, and so at this point, if there's no other questions, I'll entertain a motion. This is a notice of intent, right, Chuck?
We need to close the hearing first and then
Sure,
vote on issuing order of conditions. Is that the order of operations here? All right.
typically.
So then I will go ahead and move to close the public hearing on 31 Baker Road.
Second,
Andrew Driven in favor.
Brian Rose in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. So at this point, I'll entertain a motion to issue an order of conditions for notice of intent 270-0753, 31 Baker Road.
Before we do that, do we need to review or reiterate any of the conditions that we've discussed? Chuck, do you need anything from us in that respect, or?
Now you can go over the conditions. I'm assuming that's what I was assuming, that the commission would do that to give out the conditions outside of the boilerplate.
I would, I'm going to propose we make sure the language regarding protection of trees and erosion control is particularly strong.
Yeah, I mentioned that, but now that I think about it, all of the concerns we've had, like, for example, the work should stay within the limit of work. I'm going to assume that's in the boilerplate. We don't need to reiterate it. Likewise, correct installation of mulch socks. I'm guessing that's boilerplate as well.
It is.
I think
But-
you could mentioned the tree in the front just needs to be checked out by an arborist, and that the tree, which I think is a silver maple, will be removed, and that'll be part of this order.
What about something about that tree in the front with the exposed roots? Should we put something in there having to do with ensuring its health 2 years down the road or something like that? Some way that we can be more confident that that tree will survive.
That's typically in our order of conditions. There's a survivability clause, but yeah, but
Yeah,
so
it's
yes,
not survivability was if something was planted or something like that, but in this case, it's something that was damaged, so I don't know if that needs to be specially called out.
I think under the survivability clause, it's fairly well covered. What do you think, Chuck?
Yeah, it's just a different situation. I've seen that that clause used for mitigation planting, but not usually for this type of work. Now, it seemed like the contractor was a little bit aggressive with the excavation and overdug a couple feet, but there was a certain amount of those roots that needed to be taken out just when that was approved. And I just think that, bringing the commission's attention to that situation, it's something that we need to think about in the future, because, some of those were the main tap roots, and, it would be something to, maybe we could have saved at least 2 feet of that over digging. As far as the order of condition goes, I'll put something in there that, so it's usually 5 years that you would see something like this die off. I mean, you could see signs in a couple of years. So if you want me to put in a clause that they, contact us to go and do a site visit in a couple of years and to see the health of the tree, that could be something that's in there.
Yeah, we could do that.
It's just
As much as-
a little tough on an existing tree.
As much as I want that giant tree to survive, I'm kind of curious what happens if the commission comes back in 2 years and finds that the tree is not well. Would the commission then ask for replacement planting or something? I'm not even quite sure what we would want in those circumstances.
So I'm not sure I'm been around this kind of work. I'm not the expert, but I think that we're going to get, and the homeowner is going to get some to-dos and from the contractor that's doing this. And one of them is, I think once they put this algae on there, you cannot fertilize. You can't additionally fertilize for a couple of years, for 2 seasons. There's some other things that you're not supposed to do. And then there's a treatment that will happen. He's doing it in the spring, but I've seen it 2 years later. So that might be something that comes up also. And this is just a wand that goes in the ground and they inject it. And that gives the roots the best chance of not like turning into, getting mold and dying out and rotting. So I could incorporate whatever Bob Moses puts in his write-up and basically ask him for one. And if the tree died out, it would be brought back to the Conservation Commission for your decision at that point. I guess it's a direct action of digging the foundation.
Yeah, I think when it comes right down to it, saving vegetation, especially trees in the 100-foot zone, is pretty important anywhere we can get it these days. But it's ideal if it works, if it's viable for the homeowner too.
I don't think it's very expensive to do that second treatment, and that would be as needed. So I'm willing to put all that in there. I just think the only way to move forward is to bring it back to the commission if it dies, but recognize that it is pretty close to that new addition. I mean, might be 15 feet.
Does anybody else have any other conditions any other commission members have comments on conditions? Andrew, Martha, no? No, I had a question. So obviously there's this excavation happening. Is there dewatering happening too?
No, that I know.
Is there any, is the excavation getting pumped?
No.
Is water filling the excavation? Does it have to be pumped out?
No, it's dry.
Okay,
No.
never mind. Otherwise, I was going to suggest that go into the order as well. But okay,
That's
All right.
boilerplate.
okay. In that case, we had a motion to close. We closed. Do we have a motion to issue an order? If not, let's vote again. Can I entertain a motion to issue an order of conditions?
I move to issue an order of conditions for 31 Baker Road. Assessors map 34, lot 136, DEP file number 270-0753.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, vote please.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Andre, thank you for coming out. Thank you for answering our questions, and good luck with the rest of the project. Hopefully it goes much smoother.
Okay, thank you, all of you.
Okay. Okay, Chuck, the next project, the next public hearing is for 48 Pasture Road. Is this another one that's secretly continued, or should I read it?
So again, you should read it, but at the last meeting, the commission wanted to go out one more time and do a site visit. So that's what we would be discussing tonight, and to review the leaning oak tree. So
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna open the public hearing for 48 Pasture Road. It's a public hearing for a request for a determination of applicability filed by Joseph, forgive me, Joseph, I hope I don't do this justice, Sicariello, under the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1, for removing 7 trees that are hazardous and within striking distance of the house as confirmed by an arborist evaluation letter. 3 trees and 10 shrubs will be planted in the buffer zone as per the tree replacement policy. All the work is within the 100-foot buffer zone. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page under the current project, 48 Pasture Road, Assessors Map 44, Lot 12, RCC file number 2021-17. I think the applicant is here. Is that right? So,
He's there. He's giving a thumbs up emoji.
okay. I'm gonna ask him to unmute just so he can be part of this.
There we go. Thank you. I think I was trying to unmute and I couldn't.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Yep. So I am here. The only additional comment I'll make, and Chuck, I sent you this picture. If you recall, when you visited the backyard, there was a pine tree that fell from my neighbor's house, and that split an existing pine tree in the back as well. So when I had the arborist come out again at the recommendation of you, Chuck, I think I sent that letter as well out. There was also concern for that split tree and tree that's because it fell into the split tree as well. Thank you.
Okay. Yep, Joe, we did do a site visit. I think it was in December,
It was right before the holidays.
right before the holidays. I hope you had a good holiday.
I did,
Um,
hopefully. Yep, thank you. You as well.
So we had a site visit, we looked at the trees. And at this point, you are asking for removing 7 trees and planting 3 trees and 10 shrubs.
That is correct.
So I'll take a volunteer if anybody else from conservation wants to sort of give an update on what they saw during the site visit.
There was also the question about the oak tree,
Yes,
whether that
thank
would
you.
be included or not.
And just so you know, I actually, when I had the arborist come out, I mentioned the concern from the commission regarding the oak tree. And he sent a follow-up letter. I sent that to you, Chuck, and his concern was if you, there's no counterweight. So when you remove those other trees, there's no counterweight and there's still risk with the oak tree. So he just reiterated or at least confirmed his initial recommendation. So that was his perspective as well.
Okay. Does anybody want to give a report on the site visit? Any volunteers?
I can say a little bit about it that we did as Mr. Ciccarello mentioned. Visit the site right before the holidays. We looked at the trees that were proposed to be removed, including the oak tree. We observed one of the fallen trees from the neighbor's yard that I understand sort of motivated this project. That's still there, and then the tree that split another tree that was mentioned as far as being you know, that tree that's been split is presumably done for. I mean, it's a very, I guess in terms of what we observed, I mean, the fact that the replanting is primarily shrubs rather than trees is something we talked about, given the sort of the density. It's a very small area that these trees are occupying. They're packed in pretty tight right now. We would never ask people to plant trees this close together. So asking to replace trees in kind is not an option, unfortunately. That is most of what I remember from the site visit. We had a good crowd. Other folks who were there. Do you want to add anything?
Yep, I'm just wanted to comment that, can you go over again, Joe, there's the tree is, I believe it's the oak near the driveway, right?
Right, the one that is closest to the street of the trees proposed to be removed. I'm looking at a picture of it right now on my screen that I took during the visit. It's sort of behind a shed at the end of the driveway.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, that Joe. I keep forgetting. Sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Anika, you're going to have to be more
I didn't know
specific.
if it was you or
I
me,
am
but
gonna
yeah.
help you, I'm sorry.
Since I was just talking,
Go ahead.
I'm
Take it away.
looking at the plans. I'm looking at the plan that was submitted, and I don't see that oak on the plan, but it's between, my memory is it's between the shed and the property line. And I'm talking to Mr. C. Oh, that doesn't help either.
Yeah, you can.
no initials.
Yeah, the
So-
applicant.
So thank you. So yes, if you recall, so if you, in my driveway and you're looking at the backyard, you'll see the shed. The oak tree is right there at the corner, like between the shed and right on the property line, like abutting my house and my neighbors, like right before the fence. So that's the oak tree. And then directly behind it is where those, I'll call them 6 pine trees are clustered together, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then farther back is where that split tree is located.
Great. Did the arborist think that the oak tree is going to survive? I'm sorry if you already mentioned it. Just bear with me.
Yeah, I had him out, and his concern again was, and again, I'm new to this, so he can reiterate, he's like, you can have no counterweight here, and there's risk that if you remove these pine trees, you need to remove it. So that was his concern again, which is why he followed up. So, because I showed him and then said, hey, can you still keep this? Can you take these trees down? He's like, I'm telling you, he goes, there's no counterweight and there's some risk that you need to be aware of, especially where it leans so close to the neighbor's house. So that was the arborist perspective.
I guess I don't, I guess I don't 100% understand that. I guess I don't have a good understanding of the reasons why, like what does that counterweight argument mean?
And again,
Am
I
I-
think for my, yeah, I'll have to big jump in. I think my conversation with them is you remove all the other trees, that tree's leaning. He's like, he kept saying there's no counterweight. There were no other trees to protect it. So what's going to happen is you're at risk of that tree falling to your neighbor's house. That's his argument.
The oak.
Oak, correct. Because the way
Yep.
the wind comes through that tunnel. So right now you have the pine trees that are right there, but if the pine trees are removed, it's the only tree that's standing there that's leaning towards the neighbor's house.
Again, my horrible memory. I don't remember it leaning that badly. And my thought process is if those other pine trees are taken out, then as a matter of fact, the oak tree has an opportunity to grow even straighter. And it won't have to compete with the shade like behind it. But I don't know if your arborist is willing to, provide additional information to us. I just.
I think,
I don't know.
for me, I guess for me, so there's two pieces to the puzzle, right? So one is if that's kind of, if there are no other trees and it can remain, okay. I think I'm hearing that there's no counterweight. And even if he goes to remove the other trees, his other concern is, yes, he has the crane, but he's gonna have to also cut off some of the top of the tree as well. So if you leave the tree, he can't, it's also gonna impact his ability to get to the other trees cleanly, I guess is the right word.
Joe, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Joe Carnahan.
I assume you're calling on the one who wasn't already speaking.
One with the hand
Because
raised.
otherwise that wouldn't have made sense. Two things. First, Chuck, you briefly presented, I guess, what was maybe the letter that was sent to you this afternoon. But I didn't look at it because I was looking at a picture of the tree. My second point was a comment on the picture of the tree, which unfortunately I can't share really here. All right, this is just, and no counterweight. I have to move things around so I can see it is. And no counterweight. I'm new to the idea that a tree needs a counterweight next to it to not fall over, but on the other hand, I'm not the arborist and this tree is grown in the situation. So, I mean, I will say the trunk is, it is very straight in an angled direction. So were the, I mean, it would be kind of interesting what would happen after this. I think the tree would certainly grow stronger overall because you'd be getting more sunlight. It would be starting from a trunk. The existing trunk is entirely at an angle though. It's not perpendicular to the ground. It's a little bit off. So that part is true from the picture that I'm looking at here.
Okay, I'm gonna reach out to other conservation members. Andrew, do you have any comments? Brian? Go ahead, Andrew.
I mean, just in general, I'm fine with, after doing the site visit, and I'm okay with the 6 pines being taken down. I still question whether or not the one oak needs to come down. I understand the logistics of getting in there and getting the other trees down with that tree being there is going to make that more challenging. But I don't understand this idea of a counterweight. Is that like the pines, the roots of the pines are holding in that oak? Is that what they're claiming? And they're providing the counterweight, or that logic doesn't make sense to me. But I mean, I'd hate for you to go in, we say you can take these 6 down, but you keep the oak, and then he goes through and he does so much root maneuvering and whatnot, that oak's now at risk. So, but I'm not one that really knows how to take these down. I think they're pretty skilled at doing that kind of thing. I'd like to think so. But so, yeah, I mean, I'm leaning towards just seeing what happens, but I don't know. So keeping the oak and saying, go ahead and take down those 6 pine, but that's where I stand.
Okay, Brian?
No questions or comments other than that.
Yeah, I made the first site visit, not the second. From my memory, the first one, the pine trees make sense. The oak tree didn't make sense, even though there's a lean. Oak trees tend to last for a long time. I'm also not an arborist, and I don't play one on TV. So it's hard for me to think that that's an immediate risk, an imminent risk, although by definition, there is risk to any trees. In fact, in that neighborhood, there's got to be 10 very tall pines behind the house, any one of which could do some damage if it fell the wrong way. That's one of the risks you have in having a house in a forested area or a wooded area. So my lean, pardon the pun, is I'd prefer not to take out the oak tree. At the same time, I'm going to have to do some research into the ins and outs of a counterweight for a tree, because I don't know that off the top of my head either.
Okay, Martha, we haven't heard from you. Do you have any comments?
My thought of what they mean by counterweight, which I don't guarantee is correct, is having branches that go in both directions so that there is branches on the uphill side as well as the downhill side. That would be my expectation, that a tree has branches going off in all directions in a balanced way, unless it's growing in an extreme environment where all the branches go off to the side because of the wind or something like that. So that's what I'm guessing they're talking about, is there are no branches on the side away from the lean to keep it from tipping over. I don't know why taking the pines away would make that a bigger problem. So that being said, I guess, we ask homeowners to get an opinion of an arborist of the safety of the tree, and I'm gonna go with, if the arborist thinks it's not safe to leave that tree there, why are we asking for the arborist's opinion if we don't believe them? So I think I'd be inclined to approve what they're asking to do.
So I would say that we're asking the arborist for facts, not opinions. And these were opinions that we got from Keith's Tree Service. And also remind the commission that pine trees usually grow in dry soil, and deciduous trees have tap roots. And so it's possible, at this moment, it's a leaning tree that's not showing any risk. It's healthy, but it's leaning. I was thinking when Joe C was talking that, CI. So he said that, Keith's Tree says, well, we got to take the top of this tree off anyways. And I pulled up the plan and I looked at it and I said to myself, only if he's accessing the neighbor's yard who also is doing work. I think the commission should weigh in on whether this tree gets to be topped. And if it was topped, that seems to have taken away any of the problem about leaning. So that came up and I just wanted to bring it up again just to make sure that everyone heard it and can discuss it.
Thanks. I'm just gonna go to John, see if, John, I think I keep skipping you because you don't have your camera on, so I'm sorry. John, do you have any
Yeah.
comments on this?
I don't think I have anything extra to add
Okay.
over. I guess I kind of agree with what's been said before, that I trust the
Okay.
arborist. I would prefer to keep that tree if it's possible, but I'm not an arborist, so I would defer to the expert.
Okay. Add, so based on what I'm hearing, it seems like there is a pretty broad consensus as to approving the cutting of the trees. It sounds like we're looking for a little bit more information from the arborist about the oak. We'd like the oak to stay, if there's a way to help it to thrive in that location. And, you know, especially with a crane, I know tree removal companies can do really spectacular things, you know, with cranes. And I thought there was another way they could get these trees through there besides going through the oak tree. You know, I thought there was other clearance in other areas. So it didn't all make sense to me. So if you do want to take the oak, we're looking for a little bit more understanding of why that's necessary from the arborist.
Yeah, I
so that
guess, okay.
can
Sorry,
avoid that
Tom.
popping.
So, so I have to lean on the arborist, right? Because I'm not an expert. And what he's telling me is what we've talked about in terms of no counterweight, et cetera. Okay, so that's it again. Chuck, you're saying it's opinion. He's saying it's fact. I don't know. I'm not as
Well, it's a fact that there's
Yeah.
no counterweight, but is it gonna cause, I mean, like, so Mike Hanford's our town tree warden.
Right.
And he told me that, you know, he can evaluate a tree and say that it's perfectly safe, and I think that's what we have here tonight. But on his way back to the office, it can fall down. And that's just accepted in the industry, that things change. And more so with trees. So right now, it's not showing any signs that there's a problem. I mean, I've been brought out to sites and arborists have showed me the ground around the tree. And they said, you can see the loose ground because when the wind blows, this tree is moving and the roots are rising up and pulling up the ground. And you can see that evidence. They've showed me things like that. But you know, we didn't see any of that. And that wasn't mentioned in the letter. It's just, hey, in my opinion, this has to come down. And I get it. And it's based on a lot of work. And if it wasn't close to the resource area, it probably would come down. But this has always been highlighted by the commission. And I think, you know, more work needed to go into that evaluation on this one tree. So, and I guess I also remember a lot of arborists telling us when pine trees are taken down, that's when you worry about that last group. They need to be grouped together to protect. They're always talking about pine trees. Don't remember anyone talking about deciduous trees, but I can see how that would happen. Like now this tree is going to get the brunt of any wind that was kind of parceled up between the rest of the trees that are no longer there. But at least you're not clearing them all back and it's not a 25-foot running start or a 200-foot running start. It probably is a 25-foot one. Anyways, that was what my thoughts were, but it's not me that makes the decisions. It's the Conservation Commission. And that's where and it seems like there's some trepidation with that tree and and they haven't overcome it yet.
So if you head down the path of, so if you head down the path of removing all the pine trees and you try to keep the oak tree, and he comes out and he says, okay, if I'm in, and he has to get some of the oak tree around to get those pine trees off. But if there's risk to him removing the other pine trees, what other options exist? You mentioned taking the top of the tree off. Like personally, I'm more worried about the pine trees. Like that's right. I am worried about the oak tree, but my immediate risk is the pine trees because my neighbor has already received his permit to take down 4 existing pine trees that are next to me. Okay. And I don't, and those are in that cluster, right? So that's the immediate risk. What options exist with respect to the oak tree that still allows him to do the work, but satisfies maybe some of the concerns that you have?
Yeah, I wasn't, since I had the floor, I might as well just start. I looked at the driveway on the plan, and it looked like you had access to all the trees in your property. I'm not sure why the oak tree needs to be harmed in any way. And I have also seen a lot of tree companies remove trees. You know, this might just be the limitation of the crane that Keith's tree has that's causing this problem. I mean, a lot of this commission was up on the property at Ventura Cabin when they saved a line of trees, grabbed the pine trees and back, and none of those trees were topped. So it was, anyways, I'll just bring that up there. I mean, again, Anika, why don't you,
Well, so in this situation, Mr. Cicerello, we could do a couple things. We could just vote on the pine trees. And you could come back to us with more information, specifically about the oak, if you want to continue to pursue removing that.
I'd rather just, personally, I'd rather move forward to just remove the pine trees. Like, I don't know if I call my Keith's tree tomorrow and he's like, okay, you have that condition, and we have the conversation, he's like, you know what? No, we need to really move this, or he has some concerns, and it seems like I'm gonna have to come back anyway for the oak tree, right? So, I mean, for me, I think I would rather tell him, listen, okay, I have approval to move the pine trees, go remove them. And do what you can to keep the oak tree. So I can remove the pine trees in coordination with my neighbor, because I don't want him to remove his pine trees. And then now I'm left with, there's more risk because that cluster is kind of gone supporting kind of the cluster in my yard. And I also have that split tree that I need to get rid of because I'm worried about that one as well.
Are we gonna include that split tree in this decision? Is that something you've asked us to do?
Yes, I would ask. Yes, I would ask, just because there's risk, and yes, I would ask for that split tree.
So what are you asking to do with that split tree in the back?
He's got to remove it, because if it's split and it's leaning, there's risk that thing's just gonna split, and part of it's leaning towards my house and another part's leaning to the other neighbor. So his recommendation was that we remove it.
And how would he remove it? Would he cut it at the base? And
he said he has to figure that out. Like he's got to really think through how he needs to remove it because of where it is located in the backyard.
okay, so it sounds like we don't have all the information to fulfill your request anyway tonight.
I'm not sure if I understand that. What do you mean to fulfill my request?
Well, you're telling me you want the split tree removed, but you're not 100% sure exactly how that's going to happen.
Well, he's going to use the crane. I guess meaning, is he going from my neighbor's yard or my yard is probably what I was more getting to. But he's going to use the crane to remove it. I'm just thinking about, he's got to think through how he's actually going to get in there to remove it with the crane. That's all. That was my comment when he referenced how he's going to do it.
Chuck?
oh, thank you. I have a suggestion. If the commission would like to move forward, maybe we can approve the pine trees, and then if a representative from Keith's Tree is available, me and 1 or 2 commission members could discuss that and either approve it or not approve it. I guess the fear would be he has to top more trees to get to that split pine tree. And that's something that we wouldn't have considered, or he has to remove trees or something like that. But if he just says, no, I can reach that with the crane, that's not a problem. And then he explains to us a little bit more. I mean, maybe there's something to be said about just talking instead
Yeah.
of keep coming.
Yeah, we could do that, but he did mention he does not need to take down any other trees to get to that. Like, so I think, I think now I understand the concern. He wasn't anticipating removing any other trees to get to the split tree. He was gonna remove the split tree without removing any other trees and trying to determine what's the best avenue and path to do that, whether that's through my neighbor's yard or my yard.
So, and go ahead, Martha.
I'm just wondering whether that split tree would be a good candidate to leave a snag because it's in back with the other woods. And once the top of it has been removed and it's only 10 feet tall, might it make good habitat for wildlife without being dangerous of falling on anything? It won't have the tendency to split wider.
Plus, in addition, Mark, it's also in the wetlands.
And
It's
I
in
don't know what they're planning to do with the tree that's lying in it. I presume they'd have to cut that tree, the horizontal tree, in any case, before they can remove that split tree. So maybe, just a suggestion, maybe leave that one as a snag if the tree people can manage to do that.
Yeah, there's a part of me that wants to approve part of your RDA and hold on the other two.
So
But
if
we
I-
don't do that with an RDA.
Right, so but if I have him out there, he's gonna wanna do all the work at once, so so to your point, Chuck, I mean, is there an opportunity? I don't know, you mentioned like we approved the 6. We have a conversation when he comes out about how he needs to do the other pine tree. Can you go that route?
Joe Cigarello, when is he doing the work?
Well, he can do it as soon, it's all, yeah, it's basically I mean, he could do it next week of the 19th, he told me, but he's like, you need to
Okay.
tell me, yeah. So that's it, like I can, and my neighbor wants to move quickly, but I'm also sensitive to the process, so he said the
Right, so we
19th.
know that
Yeah.
a site visit,
Yeah.
we're talking next week for a site
Yeah.
visit. That has to happen. Okay, I mean, that's on the table. What do you think, Anika? Is that a possibility?
I'm just gonna, before I answer that, I'm gonna hold that question, but just Joe Carnahan.
Sure. So I'm trying to understand something that Chuck said, because I think this makes sense to me, but it might be my imagined interpretation makes sense and I didn't actually understand. So I understand the commission can't like approve an RDA piecemeal. That we could, amend it and approve it, or we could not approve it, or we could approve the whole thing. But then the suggestion about having someone from the commission and Chuck meet with, someone from Keith's and with the applicant to, discuss the oak tree in person and get more information about it. Is it possible for the commission to sort of deputize the decision on that one tree to, Chuck and or, whatever member of the commission goes to that visit? Is that a thing we can do? It's not a thing we've done in my short time on the commission, so I'm just asking.
That would be, Chuck, do you want to take a stab at this? I mean, I'm tempted to say.
I do. I mean, we should make a decision, and that seems like the one hang up, and let's move forward. And if one or two members are available,
Chuck, we lost your audio there. Something is weird, but you said we can make a decision and then we lost you.
Yeah.
try it again. Anything? Okay. Yeah, I think we should make a decision tonight, and if one or two members are available, we could finalize this on site with some explanation from a representative of Keith's, and that seems to work. Might be the best way to do this.
So at this point, I'm gonna propose something and see if the commission is on board with it. And that is entertaining a motion to approve the cutting and removal of the 6 trees. The, you know, habitat-friendly way, you know, the safest, most protective of the environment way to remove the split pine and to keep, unless an imminent danger, keep the oak tree.
Can I amend that just one bit? On the split tree, keep an eye on whether it would be safe to leave a snag of 10 to 15 foot tall, as Martha suggested.
So is there a motion on that?
I'm still not 100% sure I follow what you proposed with respect to the oak.
To not allow the cutting of it unless we get an arborist letter saying it's in immediate danger of falling.
That's Chuck is shaking his head.
We're meeting on site. I think it's going to be up to the 2 of us or the 3 of us to hear. I mean, I think it's important that either Keith is there or someone who understands the operation of the crane and why and how they could explain it to us. But then we would be given permission from the commission to make the final decision. Not a written statement, in other words. And that's just to move it forward. I think we've tried the written statements. They don't seem to be
Compelling?
Not compelling, but they don't seem to be, very descriptive, and maybe we're not letting them know exactly what we're looking for. I think we had the same problem, with another tree company that they kind of gave us the bottom fruit of why this needs to happen. We're really wondering about the science. So
Forgive me, Chuck. I think I paused because with all this Zoom, I'm not sure if you're looking at me or talking to me as opposed to everybody else. But so you're suggesting that if all the knowledgeable people are at the site visit who can provide that information, both how the crane's going to operate and the professional who knows about the viability of the oak, that we essentially deputize whoever's there to make those decisions based on the information that's provided. Joe, making a motion?
I was waiting for Chuck to nod or shake his head. I saw a nod. So
yeah, I think we're missing a lot of detail, but it all gets down to just give us the permission, or give whoever goes out there, if that's the direction you want to go.
Right. So I suppose that then I would like to make a motion that the commission approve the removal of the 6 pine trees in the cluster identified in the plans that were submitted to the commission, as well as the split pine tree that we've discussed, with the condition that a 10 to 15 foot snag be left on the split pine tree, as well as to approve the removal of the oak tree if it is the determination of the conservation administrator and a member of the conservation commission after they have had the opportunity to consult with the tree company on site.
I'm wary of that last section. Do we need it? Why don't we just move in favor of removing the pines, including the split pine, as long as no damage can be done to the oak tree, and leave it kind of simple like that. And if they come back and say they really want to remove that oak tree, and they have to, well, then they have to prove to us why. I'm a little wary if you're in this situation when all the trucks are there and the guys are ready to roar, they're going to say they want that oak tree down because it's going to make their job easier. And you're going to have that pressure on site to stand up to these guys with these big machines and say, no, you can't take that oak tree down. I just don't see that going well.
All right, Andrew, well, you're not invited.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Andrew, remind us to tell you about some of our previous site visits before.
Yeah,
But if the guys with the big trucks are
I
polite,
get-
I'll be fine. And that'll be an improvement over some experiences we've had. So. Sorry, go ahead. Well, yeah, so
I liked all of that motion, Andrew, because you weren't including, it's up to them to convince us that the oak tree needs to come down on site. It's not
Yeah,
part of an.
right. Right, so we're approving the 6 pines, we're approving the split pine on the snag, and we're approving the oak tree only if is the conclusion of the Conservation Administrator and a member of the Conservation Commission after they've had the opportunity to consult with the arborist on site.
One
Martha?
clarification though is sorry, Marcia, I'll be a second. The snag, they have to convince us that it's not safe if that's going to come down. So the assumption is the snag will stay unless they can convince us somehow that it's not safe.
That makes it more complicated, but I mean, I'm actually having trouble imagining the scenario where a 12-foot snag in the wetland is a problem. It's certainly not a danger to the house. You can
Or it
leave
can-
as much, even if it's guaranteed to fall down next
Okay.
week, it's only 12 feet long.
Peace, you win. I'm convinced.
Okay, Martha?
I just wanted to check if there is a member of the commission who's available to go with Chuck. Monday's a holiday. Chuck doesn't work Fridays, so it either would have to be tomorrow or Tuesday if they're having the tree company come Wednesday, and I'm not available during daylight hours either tomorrow or Tuesday. So is there anyone who could be there?
It's not gonna, and sorry, it's not gonna be tomorrow, so.
Okay.
It's just Tuesday.
Yeah, but that's, that day was open, the 19th, I think it was open, and that's a very full day on my calendar. I'm doing something with Joe and I'm doing something with the garden club. So that might not work out for me on the 19th. So I think
The
the
19th
first
is-
step is to get the approval and then let them schedule whenever. But we need a representative there when we're there, and then they can get their approval. I don't know if we can do it before. Wasn't it the 19th that they wanted?
The 19th is a Wednesday, and you're right, that's when we have the meeting regarding, you and I have the meeting with Gene regarding the Conservation Commission budget or a potential budget. Tuesday is the 18th.
Martha, your hand's still up.
Oh,
Do you have more
sorry. Yeah.
questions? No, that's okay.
No more questions, just I'm not available on either, well, I'm not available on Tuesday, the 18th before dark.
I can be available on Tuesday.
I
Granted,
can be available as well. I can be Chuck's +1.
What time?
During the day. Let me bring up my calendar. Hang on.
I mean, can we actually schedule this, or do we need to talk to because presumably the
you need to talk.
arborist, yeah.
The
Well,
town is
first-
really flexible. I will call them and say, listen, here's the time we need to make sure we have the resources here to have this conversation. So I'll make that commitment on my end to support your time. So just let me know
Well,
what works.
If the first date and time doesn't work, we'll keep going,
Yeah.
next date and time,
So between 8:30 and 10:30 in the morning, and then after 1 o'clock till 3:30 is when I'm available.
Okay, of that, the afternoon slot is the best for me.
Anika, did you get cut out of that with those timeframes?
Yep, no, that's a good time too.
1 to
Although
3:30?
1 to
I-
3:30.
For me, it's 1 to 2:45, sorry.
Yeah,
So it seems like 1 and 2 would be the best, the sweet
Yep.
spot.
okay.
All right.
Right.
So I'm almost sure we had a motion in there somewhere.
We
so-
did. It has not yet been seconded. There was some discussion before it was seconded about whether or not it was logistically possible for us to actually get a member or two of the commission and the administrator on site at the same time as the tree person. The answer seems to be yes. So that question's been, so I can attempt to repeat
Okay.
my motion if you like.
Well, so there's a motion and I'll entertain a second.
I'll second that motion.
Good, because I don't have to say it all again. Thanks.
We got to record it for posterity. Any comments or questions from the public? Count to 3. Seeing none, I'll entertain a vote.
I think it's too complicated, but Andrew Driven in favor.
I'm in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay. And that's about it. Mr.
But that's it. Yeah, so thank you. I will follow up with an email just to confirm between 1 and 2 on the 18th. And I'll send that to you, Chuck. Is that right?
Good, yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Have a great night.
Thanks for coming out.
All right, take care.
Thanks. Okay. 61 Oakland Road. This is not continued, right, Chuck?
No,
Yeah.
they're here. They're here.
I can't hear,
Can't hear me?
now I.
They're
So,
here. It's Stephen and Tim, and I will let them in.
okay, so we are going to open the public hearing for 61 Oakland Road, High School Turf 1. It's a request for determination of applicability filed by the town of Reading under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1. It's for the renovation of the existing high school Turf 1 synthetic turf field and running track in the same footprint of the existing facility. Portions of the project renovation are within the buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland. The limit of work will not go beyond the existing track. Additional improvements include retrofit of existing sports lighting with new energy efficient LED fixtures, new fencing, and landscape enhancements. All the work is within the 100-foot buffer zone. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page under the current project for 61 Oakland Road. Assessor's map 44, lot 12, RCC file number 2021-20.
And before we start, Steve, is that right? Tim Powers is part of your group?
Yep, that's correct. So good evening, Commission. My name is Steve Chris Foley with Activitas. We're the landscape architect, and Tim Power, who's on, is our civil engineer. So can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just do a quick run through. Guess I don't know. Okay. So you guys have all received the plans. So like you said, we're staying completely in the existing footprint, and in some areas we're actually getting a little further away from the wetlands. In particular, this area along the left side of this, what we call the D area. There was a secondary fence, and some of the commissioners were out with me yesterday on a very cold site walk. So that fence, we're going to pull that out and restore the area between the new track fence and the existing vegetation. Along the northeast side of the track, nothing goes beyond the existing footprint. We're actually knocking back a section of it. This parking lot, the Imagination Station parking lot, as the town calls it, existing gravel, kind of in a little rough shape. That is proposed as the contractor access and staging area. We will coordinate with the town in terms of how much parking needs to be maintained for the school and the YMCA, but that entire area, so I'll pull up the site prep, is all protected with erosion control. So mulch, filter sock, and silt fence will line the entire area. We're staying beyond the 30-foot buffer and pretty much beyond the existing vegetation, just to give it a little bit of room. The existing paved path walkway will be their direct access in. Again, erosion control both sides, and that erosion control will continue the entire length of the wetland adjacent to the project. I think that's about it. It's pretty straightforward, but we'll open it up to questions.
Okay, I'll just start with Andrew.
I was at the site visit yesterday. It was cold, so we didn't really see, at least I didn't really see too much. I don't have too many questions about the actual track and field. I mean, I'm trying to get I'm looking at the aerial photos to see, I know you said it's about 20 years old and it's in need of repair because of water. So that's a little concerning just in terms of what are we doing to make sure it has a nice long life for this next one. But other than that, I don't have any questions. I mean, that whole parking area where we're staging, but that's really out of the scope of this project, it seems like, so I'm not going to go there. So no, I don't really have any questions or comments.
Andrew, I am going to comment that that staging area, the Imagination Station staging area, is within our jurisdiction as well. So from that standpoint, the work that they do there is also something that we can add. We can put rules down there to protect the wetlands, just as a comment.
Okay. And we call it the Imagination Station. That's what we call that.
Anika, you muted.
Because that dirt parked area used to have a bunch of wood, old wood play structure things. So it used to be a giant playground, and it got demolished and removed, but it's historically the Imagination Station playground. So yeah, it's a dirt lot, but the name sticks sometimes. So that's the history there.
Yep.
So, but that's fine. If questions pop up, we'll just keep going with it. So, Brian?
Yeah, first on Imagination Station, you have to use your imagination to think of it as a playground. But anyway, so my question is, you're saying you're staying within the current footprint. So I can see that you're keeping the structure you're going to leave within. How are you proposing to keep workers within the footprint. I mean, when they're putting the track down, they're not gonna need some space beyond the exact current footprint?
I think the existing chain link fence perimeter, which will be your new, well, your erosion control limit, allows them enough room. I mean, generally speaking, it might be a little tight over on the north side, but
That's what I was thinking.
yeah, again, we're actually coming in a little bit, so once that erosion control is in, it's really, it'll be if they need to get the paving machines in for a little breathing room, but there's no work being done beyond that. So we're not proposing any construction fence on this side because they'll utilize the existing fence up until the point that they need to pull it out, pave, and then put the new ones in. But I think there's enough room for them to do the work without going in there. And as far as the lights go, that's all going to be done from the field with a crane.
Right. Okay, so I was not at the site visit yesterday because of the cold. I was faking an illness. But another question I have about the track itself, is this still going to be a flat track, or are you going to put in banking?
No, it's a flat track.
Okay, so there's not going to be no buildup or anything?
Nope. There, I mean, across the board, the grades are pretty much staying the same. You know, touching on the comment about the water issue, the existing track has some areas of, you know, a little bit of ponding, mostly closer to the bleacher side. So as part of this project, we're putting a brand new channel drain and perimeter drain around the entire field and the D areas. So the track will have a slight pitch towards that, and that'll pick up the track and excess of the field that doesn't get captured in the existing profile, which is essentially storage.
So the channel will be on the main bleacher side. On the other side, of the north side, are you going to pitch it?
The channel drain goes around the entire perimeter.
Gotcha.
And the outer perimeter of the track completely pitches in. Nothing is going off of this.
Okay, well, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Joe?
Sure. Thank you. So I was at the site visit yesterday. John and I even took a little, you know, scenic walk along the scenic riverfront there. And I did walk along the fence to get a better, you know, see some of the area where the double fence is an interesting situation, and then just trying to judge how tight it is between the fence and the resource area. I mean, I think most of my concerns are really just about the fence removal rather than the track replacement. It looks like the track replacement is happening more or less in place, and so that's not really concerning to me. I guess let me start with an actual question. The erosion control is currently slated to be put outside of the outer fence in the places where there's 2 rings of fence, and outside of the fence when there's only one the places where there's only 1 layer of fence. Is the order of steps here, put down the erosion control, do all the construction on the inside, then remove the fence at the end of the project? So I'm worried about the impact of removing the fence on the erosion control itself. Since it's going to be right up against it, there's no room for any space.
Which I know we did talk about yesterday, and that's something that we would coordinate with the contractor. to an extent, every contractor has their own means and methods. I would agree that if you put the erosion control down and then rip the fence out, you're just going to destroy the erosion control. So in thinking about it after, I think what we would like to do is do it simultaneously and have them pull the fence out and secure that erosion control
At the same time.
at the same time. They don't really need the fence to secure the site in terms of security, not protection of anything, but on that wetland perimeter. So the remaining fence they can do whenever they want, but where there's erosion control, it would make sense to just pull it out, put the erosion control in, and be done. And then the new fencing coming in at whatever point is going to be set inside of that.
Well, in the places where it's double fencing, it's being set well inside of that.
Yes.
And then places with single fencing, it's basically has to be set at more or less the same place as the existing fence,
No,
right?
it is a little bit in.
Okay, all right. I mean, it's yeah. Okay, let's see. My other question, which actually just came up as I was hearing about the pitch and the channel drain, I'm looking at the plans and I'm kind of curious about the channel drain itself. Is it just crushed stone at the bottom and infiltrates into the ground from there? Does it actually go anywhere?
No, it's a preformed polymer channel drain
okay.
with
All right.
grates, and it's all tying into the existing drainage system.
Okay. I'm curious about the existing drainage system then, I guess, because I don't actually know.
Well, there is an existing slot drain around the D areas of the track.
Okay.
So that is essentially a replacement, but the
Discharge, or
around
is
the
it?
D a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering where the discharge of that drain is, I guess is my question.
And I believe it comes out here. There's a pretty significant series of drainage structures that we dealt with. We did the turf 2 field a couple of years ago, so I believe that's the big cistern.
I like the part where it's going in the direction away from the wetland. Okay, I don't think I have any further questions.
Okay, Martha?
My concerns all related to the logistics of laying the erosion control along so close to the bank of the stream. And from a past experience we had with a applicant whose erosion control was laid down with trucks churning up the soil on the wetland side of the erosion control as they put it down. I wanted to be sure that that would not be the case here. And Steve yesterday assured us that this mulch socks would probably be put down with people walking on foot, and the trucks would be over near where they're showing the temporary storage buildings and the road and stuff like that. So they wouldn't be driving along the fence to put the erosion control down. And I just want to make sure that that's in the order of conditions and in the record, that they're going to be very careful not to damage the stream bank as they're putting in the erosion control.
Yep, and in our specifications, we clearly lay out that it needs to be installed by hand.
Those were my only concerns.
Thank you, Joe. Sorry, it's John. Sorry, Joe.
No, no problem. I think Joe kind of covered most of the concerns I had, mostly with the erosion control and that fence kind of coming out on the flagpole side of the field. So I think nothing else for me.
Okay. I'm going to jump in with some questions. I did look at these plans. There were a lot of sort of little details on the plans, I had a hard time sort of making sure I knew what I was looking at, you know what I mean? Like there were some plans where I thought the new proposed fence was actually outside of the existing fence on the plan. So I started to ask questions like, well, where is the new fence gonna go? Are there any places, so I guess I'll start there. Are there any places where the new fence line, the new proposed fence line are going to be closer to the wetlands than the current fence line?
No.
Okay, so maybe that was just a line, you know, that was hard for me to tell on the plan.
There's a
Maybe-
lot of lines.
Or maybe it was a plan, you know, a line gets missed in edits and what have you, and I get it. I wanna touch on the lighting reports
Yep.
that you gave us. There were a couple of modeled results where, like for example, on, I'm sorry, you're showing F1, F2, F3, F4, and it's kind of a perimeter area, and a couple of the perimeter numbers, most of them are black, but some of them are red and some of them are green. So do you mind touching on what those, what these lighting plans mean? Because what I'm really want to see is a reduction of light directed toward, like, little to no light directed toward the wetlands. And I know these lights can be very precise in how they're directed.
Yeah, the cutoff is pretty good, especially with today's technology. Those the red versus green, that's through their software generating the sport and putting the lights in. Those are picking up inconsistencies with like the field lighting. The numbers, realistically, the numbers that you should be, and colors you should be concerned with are really the numbers and where that light spill is getting cut off. The coloring is more for us and the field playability side. It's the number grid where it starts getting below 1 to 0.1 to 0. And compared to what's there now, which unfortunately we don't have a light spill and foot candle plan, but it's remarkably better.
So just to ask, so is the numbers on these plans, that's like similar to like the lumens that you would expect to, like, this is like a modeled lighting plan, right? Based on what you're proposing, and these numbers I'm looking at are kind of the model results of how bright these areas are going to be, and the larger the number, the more bright that particular location is going to be, right?
Correct.
Okay, so like for example, you know, the brightest location.
Do you have that plan to put up? Is that something available?
Yeah, let me.
So the brightest location appears to be, if the orientation is correct, appears to be toward the wetland. It's sort of kind of consistently above the track between F1 and F2, closer to F2. So I'm just wondering how that's gonna, if that can be modified to reduce the lighting brightness at the, yeah, so you see the 51 there. And then the green number, it just happens to be the highest. I'm just kind of, I don't 100% get how it modeled that one area kind of consistently across all the plans to have some of the brightest light. But that does shine onto the resource area, the wetlands themselves.
Yeah, we can certainly
What can
look
be
into
done
that.
about
And I mean, generally speaking, the fixtures can be tweaked in the field pretty easily.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's something we can look at. And just to reiterate, this light spill is probably half of what's already there.
which is great. So
Yeah.
let's keep going.
Yeah.
So thank you. Yeah. Joe, you had a question?
Yeah, a very simple question to making sure, I can't tell which direction is which here on this in terms of which is the wetland side at the top of these lighting figures as it is in the other plans?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay. So that was one of my questions, was about lighting. Another question I had was generally about the demolition handling. You know, these materials, this crumb rubber and all this debris that's going to get sort of excavated and demoed. I'm slightly concerned if the work happens to be done on a particularly gusty day. You could get a lot of wind-blown crumb rubber moving all around. I don't know how.
The crumb rubber and the sand won't move with wind. The possibly some turf fibers, no more than what's already moving out there, because the field is so degraded that turf is essentially shedding. So they're going to come in and essentially vacuum out the sand and rubber directly into massive super sack bags.
Okay.
That will be stored or taken off site. The turf is being taken off site immediately and recycled.
Okay. Okay.
Nothing will be sitting around.
It sounds like it's otherwise I was going to suggest maybe some sort of like, you know, wind, not just water erosion, but wind erosion protection along the fence line. If there's potential for that. And so getting to the third thing I wanted to talk about, and I'm sure I'm going to get a little bit more into this because I suspect we're going to be continued, but is the drainage. I did look at sheet 1, the topographic survey, because I think that really had the most drainage information on it. As far as I could tell, all the drains for this whole turf and for that side street that goes next to it between the auditorium and this turf, they all seem to go to like wetland flag A26, which is, I can't show you with my cursor like on the plan, but it's kind of, kind of like to the left. It's, you know, where the walking path is between the turf and Imagination Station. It's just sort of like above and to the right of that. Yeah, if you zoom in kind of on that area above the walking path, right where the walking path. Yeah, right about above and to the right. There's a giant outfall near flag A26, which is where your hand just was. But,
Yep.
You know, I'm just wondering how, it'd be really interesting to hear how the construction sequence is going to happen and how the drainage replacement is going to happen to prevent any of this material. And again, maybe as you're saying with the vacuuming and everything, how are we going to prevent an an outwash of not just sediment, but all this turf material getting into the drainage system and getting discharged into the wetland.
Steve,
Tim,
you
you
want to
wanna-
give that a try?
Yeah.
Sure. Just so the other consultant here, sorry, I know Steve's been doing most of the talking, Tim Power.
Hey,
filling in
Tim,
here.
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. This process is actually very controlled compared to a typical site construction where you're ripping off loam and moving dirt. As Steve said, they actually come in with vacuums, vacuum out all the loose material that is probably your biggest concern into those bags and moves it. And then they lift off the turf like a rug, like a section of rug. And below that then is crushed stone, which has a much lower chance of erosion from rain or whatnot, just because it's heavier. The track and the paved areas is reclaimed, just like a typical roadway reclamation. The big pulverizing machine comes through, rolls around the track, pulverize it. They then compact it again and repave, sort of all in one motion, if you will, just same as they do on a full depth road construction. So because of that, it is all very controlled. We'll certainly have the silt sacks for any inlets or any inlet control that's there for incidentals, but I'm hoping to leave the impression that the work for these fields is a lot more precise and controlled than typical earthwork projects. And we're really not moving a lot of earth in this process. We're picking up materials and placing them back down almost by hand in multiple times, and then obviously the pavement reconstruction as well. The drainage patterns don't change. There's a net. It's about the same. I don't want to say increase or decrease in impervious. I think there's a small decrease. We tried to make sure we were there. So all the drainage patterns stay the same from existing to proposed as well.
Okay, thank you. So two other follow-up questions. One is dewatering. If you didn't show where in the staging area the dewatering, if needed, is going to happen. I don't know if you anticipate it.
I don't think so, Steve. There's no real deep excavation. The only section where some minor excavation might happen is for the trench drain, but that's about 12 inches, 18 inches deep at most. So really dewatering is not expected.
Anticipated. So you're not going to need those kind of siltation bags to.
Nope.
Okay. Another thing I noticed, and this is on the layout materials plan, sheet L1.1. I assume that sheet, I assume this sheet shows sort of the final conditions. This is layout and materials plan sheet 1.
Yep.
I assume that this is showing kind of final conditions after construction. Is that accurate?
Yep.
Okay, because what I'm seeing down at the, what I'm seeing sort of again near that outfall area near the walking path is I'm seeing a portable storage building with cement concrete pad.
Yep.
And that's within our 35-foot no build.
Yeah, that might,
So I'm wondering if you're applying for a variance for that.
we were not. I think that corner chunk, we can pull that out.
You can redesign.
Yep.
Okay, that was something else. Something else I noticed. Yeah, so on that particular, oh no, it's not on your plan. So on this plan, my 4-foot high chain link fence just sort of continues into the wetland. Anyway, there's the, can you sort of help me understand what's the purpose of the land between that left between the wetlands on the left side of the field and the track?
So I think
above the concrete proposed building. What is the purpose for all that
there were two purposes.
grass? Yeah.
It occurred on the other opposite side of the track as well, where there was this secondary fence creating almost a caged in area, which was to help the school with ticketing and preventing people from just walking right up to the 4-foot fence. But on that wetland side, they also utilize that to store some of their football equipment and some soccer goals. So what we're saying is we're getting rid of that fence, putting the storage there, and we would plant up pretty much from the storage container to the wetland as a natural barrier to
What
prevent
about
any-
above that? Okay, that's the left. What about above that?
this.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're proposing a native seed mix that we've used on a number of projects that for restoration, I mean, we can submit that. You can take a
yeah,
look.
that didn't, we should review that. That didn't pop out at me. I don't know if you already proposed it and I missed it, but we should definitely look at that. And those are my major comments just right now.
Okay.
Chuck, do you have any?
Yeah, I'm just gonna follow up on a question that occurred to me while you were talking about it. So the same location, you're proposing a wetland seed mix or an upland seed mix. Are you proposing not to mow it, or what happens to this after this area after it's planted and they're using the site?
If it's planted end of the summer, early fall, by April, it'll be full bloom, and the intent is that doesn't get touched. It's natural. It's a mix of grasses and shrubs that works with the area, and no one needs to get in there.
It's obvious, so do you think signage is needed? No mow, no,
Yeah, we can easily put some signage, but the town and the facilities, they know. Because it's not like it's a natural grass field where someone's coming to mow the field and then they're gonna mow around. Once that's kind of blocked off, there's no reason to go over there.
yeah, maybe signage. I can't really visualize what would stop people from going over there. So if signage would help, then that should be looked into. I wanted to know about the contractors that would do this work. Are they, do they specialize in these sport construction projects, and so they have an understanding of what's needed, or you don't have any control over that?
No, we do have control. We require 10, 15 field experience in a very short period. Our specification is very specific, and it narrows us down to a handful of contractors that are qualified.
Yeah, we've had some contractors here. And on the last project that was up and running, I think conservation got in late in the game. It was an oversight, but on that one there was a lot of debris blowing around the field, and so I'm assuming that that's something that you don't want to have happen again. I get it, but are you going to provide environmental monitoring for this project? Is that needed? Can you talk about things that may happen that they might need someone to talk to, and at what point, who do they contact? Is it going to be our town engineering department, or is somebody from Activitas out there to make sure that they understand what they can and can't do?
It would be it would be us. I mean, we're hired to not only design, but to be on site. With
That's
them.
daily? Is
Say
that
that again?
daily?
It's not daily, but if something comes up, we're down the road. And we're out there multiple times a week and weekly meetings, multiple site visits.
How long is this project gonna take?
We anticipate probably 3 months, 3 to 4 months at the most.
I think that we would, I think the Conservation Commission would want to be part of any meeting that happened that had to do with work that was going to be in the wetland resource area, or at least get a summary of that meeting. We'd also want to have contact information for whoever is the responsible person on site. Don't rely on the emails that we already have. Just a new set would be great. I wanted to talk about the erosion control between Birch Meadow Drive and that side of the track. I heard that you're doing mulch sock and silt fence. Silt fence needs to be dug in, and you're right up against the bank. Do you think that's really needed to have the silt fence and that digging? The mulch sock sits and it's heavy enough. Any thoughts on that trench? I mean, someone said, don't disturb the bank, but we're asking for silt fence.
If this is Tim, if I think sometimes that's a standard detail, and it obviously varies from town to town. If this commission would rather not see the silt fence, I'm sure that we're happy to take it out. My experience is the mulch sock. I've used it alone on its own before, and it's fairly effective. So I don't.
Well, I like
see
the
it.
higher barrier. I just don't like the trenching for the apron of the silt fence.
I think on that side, this was by the Imagination Station side that we were.
I think it's by that, but it's also along that straight, out of turn 2 and into turn 3. So Birch Meadow runs along.
Yeah, I was pausing because I was going to say we had the existing fence there, but then we talked about how we're going to take that out first and then put the erosion controls in. So, the other option is if the concern is that it just having a higher barrier to sort of catch debris, we could just forego setting the silt fence in the trench. The purpose of that is really to hold back sediment that's on the move. But when we assume that the erosion, the mulch sock is dealing with the sedimentation moving, you can almost just set the silt fence behind it and tuck it under, set the mulch sock on it. So it's really just creating that higher barrier, but it's not really intended for sedimentation.
So you're using mulch, are you using 12-inch mulch sock, or are you going to go to whatever the next level is from that?
Yep.
12 inches.
12-inch mulch sock.
12.
Yeah, I think that's an area where I'd be, it's probably gonna go fine, but that's our closest area and it needs to be watched.
Chuck,
And my last question, so maybe it's okay to continue. My last question is, I really didn't understand the spillage of light between that same side of the track over onto Birch Meadow Drive. Is there an explanation? Are you going to get us an explanation for why that plan looks the way it does?
Let me pull that up. In terms of what? The spillage beyond.
So that plan that you had up before this one seems to have numbers way through the wetland and onto Birch Meadow Drive. If it kind of peaks up in that area there, yeah. So the explanation of why that happens, I'm not sure. It could just be, you know, you didn't do the same review to the other three sides. I have no idea, but just wondering why it looks like that.
I'm just looking at this. Yeah, we can get an answer from Moscow. I don't know if it might have to do with the pole locations being separated a little bit further on that side of the track, whereas they're closer on this side.
Did it pick up the existing street lighting? Is that, or it doesn't do that? I'm not sure. I'm not, had a lot of questions about that. I'm not sure what was going on out there, but I mean, I've seen these things drop off like in a heartbeat. And this one seems to kind of linger a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Steve, I think we should clarify too, as I'm looking at this, I think this is actually inverted from the other plan, noticing the locations of the poles. I think the wetland is on the bottom of this page because the poles are closer together there. So the spill up above is, like you said, because the poles are further apart, but I think that's on the school side.
Yes.
If you guys could just, you know, double check that and sort of comment back to us, that would be great.
For what it's worth, I did ask about that earlier because I thought that the poles were closer together on the wetland side. So I'm glad I'm not making that part up.
Yep. So a lot of questions, a lot of things discussed. I don't think we're closing tonight. But I'll open it up to the public, see if there's anybody here who's brave enough to have waited around for this hearing. Any questions from the public on this? I see none and no other hands raised from conservation members. I'll entertain a motion to continue this. This RDA to the next meeting.
Seconded.
Oh, well, so moved, I think we have to say first.
Oh, first. Wait,
Okay,
so what
and
do I
I'll
say?
second it.
We have a motion and it's seconded. No, not hearing any discussion. Entertain a vote. Thanks.
Andrew Driven, I approve.
Brian Bowe approve.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Thank you, gentlemen. A lot of interesting information. We'll see you at the next
Yeah,
meeting.
distribution is 2 weeks or a week before the meeting. So if you could get us any information you have at that time, it would be great.
When is the next meeting, Chuck?
It's the 26th.
26th. Yep. You know, especially that, you know, fence line along that fence line closest to the long fence line with the wetlands and the road. Like how is that disturbance going to be controlled so that it's really minimized and also protected from wind-blown debris, stuff like that. It might be to your advantage to think about keeping the fence there as long as possible to be a wind barrier too. I don't know. I'll leave it up to you guys. You're the pros.
That's the only deadline. If you think you can make it, that's great. You should continue this to the 26th.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thanks for coming out. Okay, Chuck, we've got, before we do a little bit of old new business, I was going to suggest, if it's all right with you, Chuck, that we talk briefly about the proposed budget and do a vote to approve that.
Sounds good. I need that. I I think me and Joe both need the commission to approve this to just give us some standing in our discussions, even if it's changes.
Okay,
What do you
I'm just gonna give a real brief recap of it. I emailed a memo with a proposed budget for conservation to the select board on January 4. I emailed all of you a copy. And we're asking for a one-time budget item, baseline habitat study at Bear Meadow. And we're also asking for some ongoing repeat budget amounts to the tune of $2,200 for invasive plant management and for support of other conservation land management goals, and in support of scouts, trails, some sort of operating budget to the tune of $2,200 that we can use and hope to see refreshed every year. So did you guys have any questions about that? Or is there anything about it you'd like to comment on or discuss?
This is not exactly Anika's, except for the numbers, I think. This is not exactly Anika's budget, but
Pretty similar.
but it's the baseline study, it's the invasive management, and then it's Conservation Commission would like to support our own trail systems and property, and here's some things that we'd like to, storm damage and repairs, signage, things like that. So I think it's a good start. I think the trail maintenance and management got into a whole discussion about, hey, we give the Trails Committee $1,500 a year. Why should we also give, the Conservation Commission money to do the same thing? So, I mean, apparently $1,500, whoever said that, is a significant amount of money, because that is not really a lot of money over the course of a year. With, I think we have 9 miles of trails, something like that. And they're adding more every year. So a typical grant to build boardwalks and for like 200 feet of boardwalk is about $10,000. So that's what we asked for. So 200 feet of boardwalk, about $10,000, 100 feet of bog bridge, something in the same general area. Bog bridge is a little more tougher to do, but I don't think that we're asking a whole lot. This Bear Meadow study, it speaks for itself. It's from the Audubon, so it needs to be updated. Those numbers are probably going to go up. So I don't know if anyone has questions, but that's
let's go to Brian and then Joe.
So the things you just talked about are big things, right? So what about smaller things? How are you set for office supplies? How are you set for supporting Earth Day and Arbor Day? So that's what I'm asking about. Is it seems to be missing anything other than the big pieces?
Can I answer that? Because that was asked at the select board meeting and it was just so confusing. So, and this will be confusing too, but here we go. The Conservation Commission gets money from 2 sources. One is from the bylaw, from the town, and from our bylaw, and the bylaw fees. And the other one is from the state fees. The state fees are locked. They are the conservation's responsibility, but they have restrictions on them. They can only be used for conservation office supplies and from my salary. And we used to think it was to promote conservation, but the only other thing out of office supplies and my salary that seems to be allowed by Mass DOR is conferences. So we get to pay our fees for MACC out of it. We can pay the fees for the conferences out of it. We can pay my salary, we can buy office supplies. That's it for the state fees. And the reason that is because back in the 70s, when they wanted to establish conservation commissions, the whole problem was, well, who's going to pay for this? And they would set up fees so the town could use the fees to have a conservation administrator. And so if you think about it that way, that's understood. The other one, the bylaw fees, they are discussed in our regulations, and we're allowed to have them through our bylaw, but they go right into the general fund. We have no control of that money at all. And the difference is like tenfold. I mean, we get $62.50 every permit for a state for a notice of intent. We don't get anything for an RDA. We don't get anything for a minor project permit or anything else. So it's only the notices of intent that we get the money that we're in control of. And that's solely, the Conservation Commission said to the town, we will not allow an offset this year because we don't have any money and we don't have enough. And we need to pay the, fees for MACC. We'd like to go to whatever. You can say no and they can't do anything about it. But the bylaw fees, that's already been taken care of. We don't control those at all. So we're kind of stuck. Someone comes in and says, look, I'll fix these signs, but I just want to put in labor. I need someone to buy supplies, buy the paint. We have no funds to offer to pay for that amount of money. So we're looking for someone that not only will do the work, will also pay for the work themselves. A scout comes in and they want to build something at Terra, Bear Meadow or something like that. We don't have any money to tell them we'll donate towards their project. Signage, same thing.
So Chuck,
We don't have
is
signage money.
that a Reading issue, or is that an issue with the way conservation commissions as a whole were set up?
I would say, and I used to work at MACC. So I would say that, and they do a survey and they know, I would say it's 50 to 60% of the towns keep the bylaw fees. I used to work in a town, Boxford, that kept both sides, bylaw and the state fees, and they could do anything they wanted. They purchase land or contribute heavily to land purchases with these fees. So they're a real player when Chapter 61 land comes up, because they could sometimes buy it themselves. But I don't know if we're going to ever get control of our bylaw fees in entirety, but it seemed like from the select board meeting that the question came up, would there be a certain amount of those fees from the bylaw that we could use? Because we don't want them to offer to allow us to have some control over the state fees, because they're under restrictions. That wouldn't help out at all. So it has to be the bylaw fees. And, I think we need to prove that we have something to spend it on each year. And we have really been, what is it called? Deferred maintenance on a lot of our projects and trails and Matera Cabin and kiosks and things like that. I'm always asked by the Trails Committee, are they supposed to take care of the conservation's kiosks and signs? Who is that their responsibility? I'm not sure it is. I don't think it is anyways. I think their purview is the trails.
Okay, so you described the situation. Is that okay? Do we accept that we're never going to have any access to that other money? I mean, for example, for Matera Cabin, is it worth starting a discussion, maybe only in the hopes of getting something accomplished next year?
Right, so I think that at the last select board meeting, the discussion went further than I ever saw it before, thanks to Mark Doxer. And say that Karen Herrick was very supportive also. And it was Mark's idea to, he said, use some of the fees to create a fund for the Conservation Commission to use. And that's why I just told you that it makes sense to make it the bylaw fees, not the state fees, because those won't be helpful. And I think that's what we're going to be talking about with Gene Delios on Wednesday, how these things can happen. If anyone was curious about our tree fund, which generates $6,000 a year, myself and Julie Mercier, who's the assistant department head, I think I have that right. We both asked town council if there was any way to use those fees and to get those into a fund so we had more control over whatever we wanted to do. And she's looking into it, but her initial thought was, since we're getting those fees for trees, somehow they had to be, the expenses need to be related to the trees. So, which I thought was, I'm not saying I know everything, but I thought that was just absolutely mind-blowing. But she was sure about it. So we're waiting for an answer on that. But that would be a source of money where we wouldn't need, $6,000 a year would be more than enough, I think.
No law
to
with that.
operate on.
One last point, then I promise I'm done, Joe. I think we need to add to the budget some money to buy Chuck a better microphone for his home setup. You're not fading in and out so much. On to
Well, I
you.
won't.
I think that can come out of the state fees.
Sorry about the fading. I shouldn't talk so much.
I was like, oh, you're doing fine. Martha?
Yes, I'm looking at the third paragraph here, and I think somebody inserted purchase signage in the wrong place, because I think it should say fund repairs caused by storm damage, not purchase signage by storm damage. So I think there's a little editing needs to be done in that sentence.
This is just for our discussion tonight. Anika has the budget that we'll be bringing to Jean. And as a matter of fact, Anika, could you send that to me and Joe again, just to make sure we have that? Maybe Joe has it. But
Is it the one?
The memo.
Sorry. It's dated January 4th.
It's the
addressed to
memo
the
I emailed January 4th, and if you would be so kind as to correct the memo so that it says January 4th, 2022 on it.
Oh,
That would be really,
still writing 2021 on my letters to the select board.
I
Anyway.
did that, yeah, so.
All right. All
Martha,
right,
did you
I'm
have
just-
another comment?
No,
or-
just, I want to encourage us to move on because it's nearly 11 o'clock.
And I just want to move on too, but the way this is requested in the memo, there's the big chunk for the Bear Meadow work. And then there's only 2,200 for basically for doing the other stuff. I mean, if you want like to ask for an operating budget, I mean, is that enough? I don't know. And do we have to be more specific? I mean, I'm new to this. I don't know how the funds work, but that sounds like a real small amount of money, although I don't really know what we'd be using it on, to be honest. So I know signage is one of my big things in terms of conservation, and that's it definitely costs money, but that might be a one-time thing. So maybe that's not operating costs, but I don't know. And then, yeah, you mentioned this, Chuck, but the $7,800, that's a big chunk and it's almost 4 years old now. So I'd be wary of asking for that money without reaching out to Mass Audubon again and just find out, like getting that updated. And are there other people that can do that same work? I mean, no problem with Mass Audubon, but I do want to move on, but yeah, these numbers, I could see other people being cynical and asking some questions that we may not have good answers to.
Yeah, so it would be easy to update the Mass Audubon, but probably prior to town meeting, not prior to the meeting this Wednesday. And they may likely be within a few $100s. Still, I mean, I didn't think it would double. I mean, maybe it's, $8,200. And I always assumed that there would be some, a way to take some from the invasive management and put it in there, or the trail maintenance. These are, subject to change, I guess. The $7,800, not so much, but the other two are, we haven't even identified spots yet. We just wanted to know if we could go on this. I mean, this budget was sent to us probably 2 weeks before it became an old request. So we had 2 weeks to ask, and it was still denied. And it was basically because they had used their money for other things, and Gene Delio said that it came in too late. I think the way this budget works, we would have to identify items that we want to spend money on prior to budget season every year and support those items with the FinCom, and then get them into town meeting. So if it was this study and all this one year, and then next year we have a $15,000 request because we want to, plant the upper field at Bear Meadow, or we want to put in 300 feet of boardwalk at Pine Vale. We need to get estimates. We need to bring it to the committees, make sure that they understand what we're asking for, the reasons why we're asking for it, get their support, and move on. And that's what they want in this way each year. But I think Mark Doxa was just saying, let's just move over $10,000 or $5,000 each year that the commission has access to in case projects come up. So there was, in my opinion, there were two things that was happening.
Andrew, to give you a little bit of context, I think the original request for a budget amount was modest because we've had nothing so far. So I think the idea is let's start somewhere. And because we haven't had a budget, we almost are not in the budget process of understanding what we do need. I mean, I could come up with, off the top of my head, maybe 6 to 10 ideas of how using this money can support conservation goals in small scale ways throughout each fiscal year. So it's kind of more like let's just start and let's let that money accumulate so that we can plan and we've got something to deal with. Joe. And then let's move on. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to lower my hand. There we go. So let's see. I actually want to sort of talking about this because I know we've run out of time to talk about this here. Because there are there's all kinds of things I learned attending the select board meeting about the, even though most of the, many of the trails are in conservation land and Chuck is in public services, but Trails Committee gets their budget through Public Works. Why? There's a lot of complications here. The bit about using the revolving fund was sort of, or like creating a new revolving fund, I guess, was really what this would be. A different conservation revolving fund from the one we already have. Or maybe changing the purpose of the existing one. I guess that's actually a question. I was just rereading the bylaw just now. It looks like maybe I mean, if I understand correctly, Reading Town Meeting can do whatever it wants with the receipts for the Reading wetland protection, section of the Reading bylaw. So, but yeah, I don't know if people have if there's anything else. I mean, it sounds like Chuck and I should probably talk before Wednesday. We can do that. I don't know if there's anything anyone else needs to get to me or Chuck before that conversation with Jean, but I will.
But what I would like to do tonight, though, is to vote. I want to encourage us to have a vote on what the sense is that we need a minimum operating budget.
I mean, I think that,
like I'd like to vote on that tonight so that the rest of the town understands your individual, where you stand on whether this is needed or not for conservation efforts. And then we can start getting into the nitty-gritty of, well, how much is enough to start? And then what's the process to get that going? So, Chuck?
No, there's a lot of things out there, but Andrew, I was gonna let you know that, I've been in other towns a lot, and there's not a lot of expenses that come up in conservation. So the scout projects and the invasive things come up once in a while, but I could almost see getting a certain amount of money. I don't know if that's $5,000 or $10,000 a year, but on the bigger things where there was a big patch of invasive, to get some, estimates together, put a warrant together and go to town meeting for that bigger, that bigger hit, just like the Bear Meadow study. I think towns with CPA funds, it would be, just get a grant through the CPA for this kind of stuff, which would be great. We don't have CPA. There's another thing that we found out, which this shouldn't be forgotten about. Town manager said he has a certain amount of money for requests each year. You did mention that, Joe, you were at that meeting.
Yes.
And I guess we tapped into it one time. I didn't realize it was something, I thought it was like a one-time event. I thought it was something he was just being really nice about. I'm sure he was being nice about it, but that money was set aside for these unexpected expenses. And when we bought the no hunting signs at Timberneck Swamp, they paid for them. It was like $800 or $900. And the select board and the town manager paid for that at a request for the Conservation Commission. So there's that. If all else fails, we could just go directly to the select board and town manager with these requests.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion on our budget and whether people approve of engaging in the budget process every year and requesting budgets and that it's useful.
I'm trying to think of how to word this motion in a way that doesn't constrain, because I fully expect to get surprised again when we talk to, Jean next week, and there'll be a different idea, and, maybe it won't be what we would have picked, but maybe it's better than nothing. And, that kind of a dynamic can occur. So perhaps maybe I'd just move that the commission endorse the
budget memo.
Yes, the budget memo, the budget proposal memo, and that we I want to say, should we name Chuck and I in the motion? I'm copying from the select board. They always name the person that they when they deputize somebody.
I think basically voting to approve or disapprove the budget memo just kind of sends the signal of whether or not you're in favor of a budget.
Sounds good. In that case, I move that the commission approve the budget memo written by Anika Scanlon and shared on January 4th. Year intentionally omitted.
Second.
Okay, it's seconded. Andrew? Any friendly amendments? You're muted, sorry.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Thank you.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Anik Scanlon in favor. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
So I have
got-
one question before someone says adjourn. I only got two, I got comments back from Martha Moore and Joe Carnahan. Did anyone else send me comments on the last minutes?
The September 22nd minutes.
Yep.
Nope.
No, hearing no. Let's approve them real quick, okay?
I move we
Because-
approve the minutes.
No, let's look at, here's the changes, because there were changes.
My only changes
There's-
were to spell my name correctly and to identify
Yeah,
the content. of the
Martha
select board
is in
discussion.
yellow, Joe is in green. They're not very substantive changes. Oh, I didn't think this was correct. This is the one I wanted to talk about. The shed was at the wetland line or on the 25-foot line on 11 Stonewall Road. I was out there, I would have called that the 25-foot line, but it might have come up in the meeting that it was the wetland line. Any comments on that?
My recollection from the meeting was that it was on the wetland line,
Okay, I'll just get rid of
which
the
is
25-foot line.
part of why it's, you know, why I was so excited about its removal.
Oh,
It's-
wait a minute.
it's-
No,
It's
I-
not,
I know,
But-
I know, that's why I'm saying it.
I thought it was entirely in the wetlands. The people put it in, put the back of the shed at the line instead of the front of the shed, so the whole shed.
Other way around.
Exactly, that's what I meant.
Yep.
Okay, so if
Right,
it's
so
saying the same thing, then great.
so do you want to just leave it on the 25-foot line or have it out there that it was at the wetland line?
Hold on, I
Behind-
have the plans right in front of me.
No, all right.
Yeah. We don't need the plans, it's on the 25, there's no way that that's the wetland line where that thing was.
Let's go to the
It's
tote board.
between flag 10 and flag.
So it's on the wetland line.
Oh,
Alright.
not that we can see Martha's screen, but if she's got the receipts, I'm inclined to believe her.
Martha, if you say it's on the wetland line, we buy it.
I don't know who's out there doing that wetland line, but, all right, let's just, let's get a motion to approve, I didn't want to take all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, that was it, and except for this bit down here.
Yeah. It was a wonderfully vague description of the select board meeting, so I just amended it to say it was a discussion of Grove Street and Stroud Ave.
Great, okay,
So
thank you.
motion to approve the September 22nd minutes as amended.
Seconded.
Andrew Driven in favor, even though I don't know if they're accurate or not.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor.
I
Motion.
just want to mention that we got an email from the town forest committee with their agenda for next Tuesday, the 18th, and they have the second item on their agenda is Earth Day 2022 activities with trails and conservation such as remove invasives, plant natives, nature walk, scavenger hunt, involve science teachers. If enough of us want to attend that meeting, should Chuck post it just to be sure, so we don't have to worry about a quorum?
So I have to just step in and say, why are we going there as a group? We just need one representative. This was only supposed to be someone go and come back. So, you know, we have some sort of working relationship with the town forest committee. I don't think it needs to be everybody each time. I'm actually going to the select board meeting that night, so it's not something. And again, you know, Brian Sullivan picked all those things before he discussed anything with anyone. So I'm not sure if there's, you know, so I know that the town, the Trails Committee is going, but not all of them. So that would be very helpful if we didn't have a quorum, so up to 3 people could go. And me, if needed, I would go if it wasn't the select board night.
Yeah, and I think we need to have some of us at the select board meeting. So I'm willing to be the one representative to go to the town forest meeting. But if 1 or 2 other people want to go as well, that would be fine.
Sure.
So I wanted to speak as someone who has previously advocated for getting a whole bunch of us to a meeting, a town forest meeting, but that was when the meeting was pitched as an opportunity for the committees to meet each other, in which case the point is for everyone to be there so that we like meet each other. If the point is to discuss Earth Day activities, that's great. We should send 1 person or 2, I guess, if we really want. But I will likewise be, actually, we need to worry about whether we have a quorum at the select board meeting. But hopefully we can keep that down to 3. I was planning on attending the select board meeting.
Yeah, we can hash that out. We can hash that out by email, I think, like who's going. I think I should go to the select board meeting. And Martha, if you're volunteering to go to the town forest meeting, that's great. But that still allows for additional people who want to participate. There's still some bandwidth in there if other people want to go. So,
Okay.
So Joe, pick your favorite place.
Select board. Not that, well, yeah.
So,
So the only thing on the select board meeting is that I thought was the Matera Cabin, you know, garden, but it might be the budget too. I'm not sure. I didn't look at the packet.
Yeah.
Never know what's going to come up. So I'll entertain, if there's nothing else, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn and ask everybody, please stay healthy and safe.
Delay.
I
You look
move
good though,
to
Brian.
adjourn.
I'll second that.
Good.
Andrew Dribbin.
All right. Yeah. Bye, everyone. Thanks.
And thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.